that's kind of pretty nice. I would say for both squads, actually, that would be a pretty cool decider. I think hyped when we watched him play Overpass. I think that's where he looks, honestly, the best, the most composed. I think he first caught our attention on Mirage. Overall, he's had an unreal season. One of the very few operas that could maybe test Regali in the league right now. And I think Overpass was a standout map for him. When it comes to them playing on Vertigo at first, I'm trying to see if they actually have a chance of being able to put this together, because I can't really remember Big Omen Academy doing too much on it. They were able to beat FURIA Academy. Is this even the season 4? Okay, they 16-3 FURIA Academy. That's the only team that they've played against in the Academy League on Vertigo, and FURIA Academy's Vertigo was really bad. So I don't think that's a hugely good sign for Big. This will be a really, really tough test, and it makes sense that Fnatic wanted to take him here.
We look outside of the Academy League, if we're allowed to. I do see ESEA Advanced, obviously, big Academy picking up a couple of Vertigo wins there. One overtime versus Nexus, Romanian team. Because bigger Karna, they're on the outskirts nowadays, man, playing elsewhere. Kind of putting themselves within that small group of teams that is getting decent competitive experience elsewhere. And so maybe they give us something here on Vertigo, but. Mirage, do you see that as kind of a big Academy heavy favorite?
Not a heavy favorite, no. I don't think there's a way that they could get a heavy favorite map versus Fnatic Rising. We've seen Fnatic Rising do really well on the map, and I think it was Nerves versus MOUZ NXT that stopped them from being able to close out. But the way they started that match, they were insane on it. So I think even though they have lost. They lost to Spirit Academy as well. I don't feel quite as worried for them on. If I remember correctly, Spirit played extremely well in that Mirage game, and again, the MOUZ NXT game was a enormous comeback for MOUZ to be able to pick up. Yeah, so 5, 7, 10, 11. They had an 11-4 half. And then it went to overtime and they lost. So right. it's a good place for Big Omen Academy to go. But I think Fnatic are going to be really comfortable still, and no promises for Big Omen Academy. Looking at their Mirage and their wins, of course they played this a ton, and they even beat Astralis Talent, which was tough, but they also lost to them once.
I'm trying to think to myself, where do I want this series? I'm thinking since we have the FURIA versus MOUZ later on today, and because we've got double elimination, I'm gonna take 3 maps with this one, Launders. You brought up some fair points about Overpass, and I think that now that we're into the playoffs, now that we finally get this example of big outside of Group B, Fnatic seasons in the making, the best version ever. This is actually a pretty big matchup. I always think to myself that when we have double elim, you kind of let your guard down maybe in the opening one. But I think there's a lot for Big to prove in the sense that they were in the lesser group throughout this season, right? That was a fair takeaway. This is their final and first chance at kind of getting a jab in at the A guys, because they had that straight run into the playoffs, right? They didn't have to go through the play-in. They didn't have to do that grueling job that Fnatic Rising did of kind of severing all of the heads door by door. No. This is Big, and they're about to just capsize Fnatic Rising coming into the opening games of playoffs. I'm confident in that now.
Oh, you think that they're gonna destroy Fnatic Rising? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about the word destroy, but they're gonna sink them. Yeah, they're gonna sink them. Yeah, okay. They're gonna, they've sink them down into the lower bracket, and then we see Fnatic rise again to maybe get towards grand finals. But I would really like, for the whole story, for the whole narrative, for the entire season that Big kind of put forth, to just own in this first one.
Okay, I like it. I mean, I think when we looked at the Group B in the beginning, we were like, Group A is clearly harder, and then we had so many good teams come out of Group B, surprisingly, that it shook things up a little bit. Of course, they had one less roster, and they had Apex Rebels as well. But outside of that, there were so many good teams actually that it was like, maybe this group is not as weak as we thought originally. But that did test Big a little bit, but they were still the best team on that side. So And I'm really excited for Hyped in playoffs. I think that I made like a top 10 most interesting players to watch from my perspective. And obviously, Hyped is one of the most standout operas in the Academy League. But at the beginning of the regular season, I feel like he was kind of like art frosting a little bit, like a little too stylish, like not really that calm. And I didn't really see it at first. And then as the season progressed, I feel like he just got better and better by the game. Um, and now coming into playoffs, I mean, he's sporting a 1.27 rating on average over the 10 maps they played. I think there's no doubt that he has been consistently nuts. And I think in playoffs, I think that's uh, like he literally has the best. It looks like he has the best KD in the entire league, a 1.57 kill differential over anybody. So he's got some very impressive stats. His output has been fantastic, and now in playoffs versus a team like Fnatic Rising, I think this could be a statement game for him.
Yeah, this is the big test, right? This is the one that this is a season in the making, the clash of these two teams. And we know that MOUZ NXT versus FURIA later on in the day, I think it's fair to say that one's going to be one-sided. I think it's just we have to assume MOUZ will be in the grand finals 4 seasons in a row. Why the hell not? There's no reason to doubt them at this point. I think this game is maybe a prelude to who's going to be the challenger. And I think that, pressure now starts to sink in a little bit. You've done what you needed to get into the playoffs. Now you're talking actual results. $100,000 suddenly is 3 best of 3 wins away for whoever takes this one.
Yeah. There's pressure for both teams, definitely. Big Academy was it Big versus Furia where it was like that enormous choke? Which was it Fnatic Rising that choked back then?
That was Fnatic versus Big back in the day.
Coaching.
Season 2. Yep. Season 2, yeah. Fnatic Rising lost their chance at LAN finals.
That was one of the most difficult things to watch ever for Fnatic Rising because they of course they got to 15 on both maps. That's where I think Big Open Academy only had single digits, and then they ended up losing both games. Ugh. So for Fnatic, we haven't really seen that this season. We saw that happen versus MOUZ NXT, but overall, they're clearly a much better team and much more composed. They've also just got new players. We have MAZE, we have Volt on the roster, have both been unbelievable. And I think that these additions have made a world of difference. This kind of core, I feel like, of Regali, Volt, and MAZE have just been doing their part. And in the games where it looked like they were a little nervous, of course, it's never Regali, and the two new guys in Volt and MAZE are kind of like, wait, why are we losing? Like they're new, and they're just doing really well. But clearly, there's just some lingering aura of nervousness on the roster, but less so now. I think they've replaced some pieces.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I sign off on that. The ghost of Fnatic's past would tell us that, they can't close this game. But it's time to find out, folks. First best of 3 of WePlay Academy League Season 4. 4 teams left. And 2 of them duking it out here on A-Ramp Vertigo to kick off this series. They throw out some util, they show a bit of presence, and then all of a sudden they leave MAZE and walk back.
And instantly, we've got Keto looking to see if they've left. Oh, look at this setup that they're pulling off. I swear we saw almost an identical round of this recently. Getting the ramp control, leaving a lurker. Who was the team, Connor?
I don't know.
Remember?
I'm trying to.
Damn it. I'm going to look.
Okay, go digging. Wait. Oh my god, these rats. They then show contact B site, then go all the way back, play off MAZE. He gets deep. CTs aren't too far off. Flash comes over to the site. It's Volt with the first one. Process tries to get back, and MAZE, he's going to end him right there. Now, of course, we've got this CT flank as well. So while our eyes are drawn towards the forward fight, it's going to be Banjo to ice this off, and Fnatic Rising. That is an outplay and a half. The double fake into the A hit for the pistol round win.
I'm so angry. Who was it, Scrawn? We literally just casted someone do this exact strat. And then I remember asking who called it. I want to know who called the strat because they had a new player.
Was it Navi?
Shit.
No.
I can't remember. I'm gonna find this.
All right, backtrack. We've been in Lisbon, and then before that, it was WePlay. Before that, it was Blast Showdown, and before that, it was the Major. You got some digging to do. Soda Big, gonna dig deep here. Try and hunker down with armored deagles, smoke grenades, util sprinkled over.
It was
Let's hear it.
OG.
OG.
And it was Neofrag who called it, remember?
In Lisbon.
Yes, in Lisbon. Yes. They used it. They used the strat and it worked.
Neofrag.
It was Neofrag. That's cool.
He was sick.
He was.
I was damn. OGO here winning. Aqua's gonna press up to the wood wall. Oh! Little dink comes through, so damage is damage, but Pepsor picks up Process in mid. And the rest of the big guys just trying to wait out. Volt and Banjo, that's a couple more kills. So unfortunately here for Big Omen Academy, Deagles never even really get a chance at a clean headshot. You know, they're just waiting for the exec, waiting for the push into the B site. Never even comes. So none so far. Fnatic Rising, flawless on the conversion.
Not bad. Barely any damage here. Hyped alone to see if he can get some damage out. No one's here to fight him, though.
And he's ended. Regali finds him from the flank. That's up. That's a big up for Fnatic Rising. Kicking off pistol and conversion like that.
And nothing saved here for a big. So around where they can kind of let the MAC-10 fly, I think. I've seen Fnatic play really fast, actually, sometimes, which has been fun to watch. They haven't just always been calling slow rounds. And they're very comfortable doing so. Oh my goodness.
Nade. Holy hell.
What the hell?
The job's practically already done, but a flying USP offsets it. MOUZ and Pepsor dead. Keto keeps the pistol clean. That's a couple AKs given over. More success in this one than they had with the full armored Desert Eagle round last, because 5 players push mid with jumping USPs.
And they got softened up like all at once by an AK.
True. Even harder, but is there anything left in the tank here for Big? Regali pressed up close. Oh, perfect distraction. Oh, that's 3 kills. Oh my god, Banjo, he's almost dead. Keto goes over top. Sin comes through with the kill to Banjo. 14 health versus 100 time. Unfortunately, not enough, but that is big, making up for the fact that they cost, Fnatic nothing in the last round.
Yeah.
This is sick.
That was extremely expensive. Honestly, I was looking at Regali's spot. I was like, a little scary, isn't it? But it's still the conversion. No kit here. Of course, a big new. Oh, big new how close they were. They probably would have spent a couple extra dollars on armor. The buy comes through to stop Fnatic before they get to 4. And the ops will not be in play for both sides, just for hyped. They will need hyped. Academy League Searson.
German CS on the rise this last year.
Yep.
It's cool to see that, they're very much dedicated to rising, or rather raising their scene. Made it clear we don't want to go international. We want German Counter-Strike back on the menu. And Sin tries to offer up a first dish. Banjo, he gets the entry and hopes for another one, but Aqua falls back, gets a little bit of footing here to try and hold them at bay. Utility on the ground in front of Fnatic. They send incendiaries back over top, try to make things uncomfortable. That does put 2 CTs behind green. Frag grenade in front of them. Ooh, there's the push. Keto, he decides enough's enough. Time to get aggressive. 2 kills to Keto's name. MOUZ brings it back. Man advantage here for Big. They're on the same angles here, trying to fight, and the lineup's nearly there for Aqua. MOUZ over top, gets off by Hyped, and there he is. The Academy League Searson.
Yeah, there he is. Nicely done, Hyped. To close that. What a messy round that was, huh? So many nades were actually missed on the defense. Throwing them, I think the molly from Aqua went off the map. They had the HE and at the corner. Banjo's entry made things very scary. But in the end, they still end on their feet, and it was a couple of good kills from MOUZ. But I think an even better hold from Keto as a support rotator to stop the attack.
Well, like, you kind of felt like there was like that squeeze period going on. And then enough was enough. He's the first guy to take to the front, throws himself in, comes in big. Good job. Ooh. Hype decides not to stick around on that angle. Could have been the opening pick. Process. There's no getting out of here. Whole pack of Fnatic Rising players on the bottom of this ramp. Process still in the corner. I said there's no escaping, but that smoke does open up a little bit of room for him. Spam damage comes through. That's nice. Keto setting up Process perfectly. And Process is able to escape as well here. They're not trying to overface it.
And the sandbags position from Keto could mean the world. I don't know. Oh, they will molly it. He pushes out. Trades come through. Looking good for the T's, actually. Somehow they've managed to get up onto the site. Not losing too many players. Still possible retake here for the CT side, but at the same time, they've got a lot to lose. Might just wait for a mistake. You know, all Big have to do right here is not move, but oh. They give him a chance.
Hyped, comes around the side. Pepsor can't manage the 1v2. Cannot. He was locked into that position the entire time. Pressure from both sides. Big with the retake and Aqua the 1v1.
That is beautiful. I mean, they didn't mess up right there. I think if they didn't peek at all, then I assume Big would have given that up. They would have stopped the retake entirely. But as soon as they took that first peek, it's really about the punish. I think that's the most impressive. Banjo kind of plays it out in the open as well. So, out of the three of them, they only get one kill. And that is a lifeline for Big.
Fnatic strong start. Fizzles out with that one. They get their tech pause. Oh, no, tech pause, excuse me. And a buyback. Okay. It's going to have some shortcomings here, Fnatic, but they don't want to let that momentum slide.
Yeah, I think they need to.
I would like to sign a petition that we never watch Aqua in spawn because of the amount of times that he's pulling his knife
yes,
out.
He's switching his knife.
Holy hell, man.
It's the butterfly.
He's just sitting there hitting that. His Q key's about to fall off.
Yes.
He's not even giving us like the cool animations, Launders. He's just pulling it out over and over.
I lent my butterfly to somebody.
And never got it back?
I never got it back, actually. I've got to report him to Steam. His name is MOUZ NXT.
Who the hell is that?
It's a Polish KZ player. And he stole my knife.
Damn, man. Outplayed.
Yep.
Process. No lineup on that one. They're quick to give it up, and Fnatic Rising are much quicker than what we've seen before when they've had a little bit of footing on ramp. Looked like they were about to just follow through straight with it. AK trades hands. Nice boost here from Keto. Well timed. You know, they're going to sit out and wait those smokes, and as they do, that just gives that little bit of extra timing for Big to make their move. With it, an immediate 5 versus 3. So Fnatic Rising thought they had something on this one. It just gets completely evaporated. Bomb dropped in the process. Keto's decided this is now multiple rounds. The Keto just kind of throws himself into the fight, comes in big with 3 kills, burned by Pepsor, but the USP's there for Hype to clean up shop, and an immediately tied game, 3 rounds each.
Yeah, they have kind of given up a really good position. I feel like Fnatic Rising, where they, the 3v2 retake and then the buy up right after, because of course there's one left alive, but not converting. Now they're the ones without money. They'll invest into some HE grenades. A lot of HE grenades. But now Big Omen Academy, they're in the power position.
I think Keto's kind of floated. Oh, what are you? Okay. Oh, man's getting ready. Keto, holy hell. A bombardment of utility comes flying up the ramp and with a Glock. That's 2 kills. Now they're going to flood in, and the next guy's the Opper. This is uncomfortable. He's got pistols breathing down his neck. There's M4s picked up by the pack of the players. Piped up close, just trying to get out. And that's 2 Glock kills after the frags. Find that first one, and they just keep running in. More pistols, more success, and a round robbed away.
Wow. All the HEs. They barely had anything invested. Man, Hype was not thinking the rush was going to come through. He fell back, and they got so confused right there. And the HE attack, the Glock shots, constant dinks. They never let off the gas pedal. And Fnatic Rising just like that. Steal away rounds, get back in the money. That's actually an enormous way. I mean, it is because of the tactic, You got to give him some credit for that. That's beautifully done. I think Big needed to basically turtle up immediately after they lost their first death. But you just keep thinking like, oh, someone's gonna get a 3K. They don't have armor, they have block. We're gonna figure this out. Then look what happens. They've got no money here. They lose an opening player. God damn.
That's just wild.
That's wild.
I mean, how much money do you think Hype would have paid to not have an op in that situation?
I know, right?
Because he's the 3rd guy in. He feels like, okay, I'm the one to stop this. Oh, I could just get 1 bullet off. And these blocks just come flying.
Yeah, he hears like 10 shoes coming up the ramp. I can't fight this.
He tried. He absolutely tried. And then the short player gets across, holds the wall, doesn't re-peek it. Oh, man.
I mean, Banjo ended that with a Glock dink headshot. It was a 1v2. It could have been still won all the way to that final second from Big. But it wasn't. An interesting flash here. Oh, a little scary, actually, because they don't see Volt. He's right underneath them, yeah. Ooh.
Sin doubles back to the site on B. Maybe he could stop Banjo and his pack of merry men, but no. Down he goes, and Process has already been found out, so even though they can't kill him right away, they know exactly where he's gotten off to. Or more or less. Oh, poor Volt. He could actually have his back turned now because Process decides to give up the round.
Yeah, how sneaky
Oh, he doesn't peek. There it is. Okay. Process finds his exit route, kills Volt, and gives himself a chance to save, but that's Fnatic Rising. 5 terrorist round wins now off the back of this one.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I was thinking, oh, they bungled it. They screwed it up. And then they gave Big all the important rounds. And then they win with 5 HEs.
I don't know if I've ever seen an explosion that big in Counter-Strike as the time they ran up ramp. That was just... I was horrified.
That worked.
Damn, Big wasn't ready for that.
Not at all. Yeah, they're still broke.
I do feel like across the season, Fnatic Rising's been pretty good at getting away with some rounds like that.
Yep.
Their half buys and whatnot. Like, oh. Speaking of getting away, Process almost does. But MOUZ right there to trade back. And that's the M4 down, so it draws in the USPs. They line up perfectly. MOUZ gets a couple other headshots, and Hyped is about to find himself on that same silver platter.
MOUZ is somebody who...
dead.
MOUZ is someone who also had on my top 10 list, and I was trying just not to have too many Fnatic Rising players because there were just so many that I guess, between them as NXT, there's like, so many players that are obviously outstanding. But I threw MOUZ in there because even though like as an IGL, technically it doesn't really have to do with his individual game. I feel like as an individual, he makes a lot of cool plays. I think he's actually stood out for being an individual on top of being, a great IGL in the league. As far as I'm concerned, right up there with Shuhei.
Out of curiosity, did you have anybody from Big on that list?
I actually didn't. I mean, Hyped was the Hyped and Prosis. I think were two players this season I definitely, considered to have on there. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I felt bad for not having Hyped, especially because he just stats-wise did so much. And he also had quite a comeuppance. I mean, his first few games were not great. And then after that, he's still averaging one of the highest ratings. So, I for me, it was kind of like, I'm looking at playoffs for Hyped to kind of see if he just keeps trending upwards like he has been doing.
Will there be a post-playoffs revision to the Lauder's top 10 list?
Could do.
We'll find out.
There's so many shoutouts, fuck.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's the hard part. It was a really good season, and Fnatic rolling through. Oh, dude, this B site not ready. Two guys just bunched up behind orange boxes, and that's just 2 quick hits of the delete key. B site completely taken here for Fnatic Rising. We waited many rounds to get these guns back in the hands of Big, and just as quickly as they buy them up, they get stripped away. So just rapid pace here from Fnatic running into the B site. A little bit of utility damage in what could be a retake attempt, but they decide otherwise, and that's going to be 3 weapons hopefully saved for their sake. Fnatic Rising starting to definitely kind of apply that extra level of pressure here out of pacing, maybe comfort within this map. Just an easy B take, ultimately.
God damn, I mean, what even happened there? They had one good flash, and it caused 2 CTs to get back default. I mean,
scared and sat behind boxes.
Perfectly. I'm not sure if he saw them earlier, but wrapping around the right side of it, that was just free kills for him. So, nice round. And that's the best way to win, I feel like, after recovering and then seeing another buy. They killed 2, 3 save. Not too bad for Big Omen Academy, but it's nice and quick for Fnatic Rising. They make a lot of money off that round. Starting to really peel away. I think we still see a buy, though. Surely. Or maybe they're not going to buy. Oh,
really? Okay.
I guess they can just buy next because we're looking at 4-round loss. So they have these 3 guns and they buy anyway next round.
So this one a little added bonus. Wasn't enough to win in a retake. Hyped gets aggressive down through the bottom of B, tries to find the fight, and he does, but he doesn't win it. Banjo keeps it clean with the headshot. It's going to activate Fnatic, going to the top of the ramp. Keto singular kill off the Famas. Volt immediately follows up, but Prosis is primed here. He catches Regali, 3rd player in the pack. Sin inside of elevator, ready to try and come and help, and Prosis needs no help. He does it on his own, drops the bomb, gives his teammate a chance to pick up a weapon, and forces Banjo, who's 13-4 right now, to try and come through with the 1v2.
Jeez. Well, unfortunately for him, they know where he was last spotted, but I don't think this is that easy, actually, for the CT side now. Luckily, they have Prosis, who's alive, who's just been mauling them. But Banjo might have a couple of pretty fair fights to get back into this. He's also got a Molotov, which is kind of interesting. No re-aggression coming just yet. But I think as soon as he decides to swing into this angle, I think it's not a bad duel. So we'll see.
Ooh, a little bit of movement here. Sin backs up. If he lines up, they can make this easy for Banjo! And there you go. He waits just enough time. The perfect amount of time for them to line up, get a little fidgety, and owns them.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, he waited long enough that he could have been on the big flank through A, and then they got uncomfortable because of the setup. They have good spots, but at the same time, they also... Wow. This is so ridiculous. I mean, the timing couldn't have worked out better. Of course, for Banjo right now, he can do no wrong. He's destroying. It's 15-4. But he played that very well, hit his shots. And unfortunately for Bay, they caught a really rough timing.
Man, he visualized that
He
in his
did.
mind's eye. That's
He did.
exactly how that was going to go.
Right.
And he just sticks the landing. 10
And
on 10. The
absolutely.
gymnast's finish.
And this is Banjo, who, he's a small side anchor. He's the guy, I think, in some of their losses, Banjo's not been playing that well. I think he's shown that he is a very kind of well-researched anchor. He clearly knows how to play his positions, but not one of the 3 players you see kind of consistently top fragging, having a hell of a map so far here on day 1 of playoffs. Didn't even know they played banjos in Finland.
There's probably one guy. I think we've had this conversation. I want to meet the man who picked up a banjo in Finland. Hyped, and he's going to pick up the opening kill versus MOUZ. Not getting lost in this spree of round wins from Fnatic Rising. Great grenade comes up ramp to hit Keto down to half health. Damn. Standout performances from Banjo and MOUZ at the moment. Nobody able to counter that in terms of individual levels of big. I was trying to hype up Keto because we've seen him, in those pressured moments, throw himself past green on B, throw himself into ramp on A site. But it's been kind of quiet these last few. As Fnatic Rising have kicked it up a notch, he hasn't been able to hold on. And he won't see anything down ramp just yet either. 50 seconds here in the 4v4. Fnatic Rising playing both sides of the map still.
Yeah, they've been very good about that, trying to default everywhere at the same time. Catching a lot of reaggressions. 4v4, and the CT stay active. I mean, they're down the ramp as well as holding on a B with 2 players. And this Molotov could be pretty damning. 30 seconds.
Right when it needs to be. Right at the right time. Keto waiting. Look how close he is on this flank. Surely Fnatic Rising can't get away with this. Keto comes through. That's going to be 1 kill his way, and it's just perfect. Nicely done from Big. All of the right pieces in the right place, and all of the right pieces where they need to be at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing that's great about Big is that they are continuously pushing, trying to call back space, and they get down the ramp as soon as Fnatic Rising leave. They're ready with the B-side players. I mean, that little Molotov from Aqua slow things down to the point that Keto comes in and he's just deadly. So that's a very nice round overall. So many players alive. Still got some economy to chew through, though. Things really went downhill after that HE round.
Yeah, man. That one's going to be felt for generations of German Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's going to have a butterfly effect.
Yep. Keto's grandchildren will be talking about the day they got glocked in the WePlay Academy League. Okay, Grandpa, time for bed. 5 nades, I tell you. 5 nades.
Would be a great grandpa.
Rose is thinking about the util usage. Got to be careful with only 44 health. Ooh, and Volt wastes no time. He's already at the top of the crane. Oh, but he doesn't look. MOUZ will kill Keto right after the first one goes down. And oh no, playing with his nades. Double shot from Hyped. Okay, the fact he gets that second one's a bit ridiculous. Should have been a dead man walking, just like Banjo is at the end. So a little bit of recovery here going down for Big.
I think Regali fluffs his spray a little bit right there. Allows Hyped to rebolt. Is that the correct term?
Yeah. I mean, probably not. No.
No?
It is the bolt.
It is the bolt?
He pulled back. He reset the... I'm not sure.
Okay. Something like that.
The bolt was touched, but rechambered the bullet by using the bolt.
By using the bolt. Okay. I'm visualizing this process in my head.
The gears are turning.
Yes. I'll be honest, I don't even know what bolt means, but I know it's for I don't know.
That little thing he pulls. The little,
Yes.
you know, the thing with the ball on the end of it?
Yes.
You know, the old bolt and chain?
Right. Okay.
We learned.
I'm glad I ran it by
Academy
you
League.
first.
Yeah. Keto and Prosis. Front side of the A site. Good flash. Gets him back a bit.
Looks like they just wanted to make a lot of noise. Oh no. Look at the CTs go. Let's see how they perform the re-aggro on the ramp.
Yeah.
This looks not
We
bad,
got
actually.
8 people ready to fight.
They make some noise here.
Keto stuck there. Little flash out. Catches a bunch of them. Good damage on the following nade. And that's going to be Sin's turn to now push down deep on B. So they saw so many players, they decide, let's go for that heavy-handed flank.
Yeah, quite a bit of undeniable information there.
Oh, Aqua would have just had the sickest lineup, but instead the Molotov forces him away. Prosis holds off on short. He leaves after the call is made. And Hyped, knowing that they're getting closer, waits for his chance to strike them down. Wallbang lands. That's Banjo down to 40. The following shot also hits. And now that A flank is already getting to the top of the ramp. So Hyped, while he pops off, it sets up Sin perfectly. A 6th for Big. And a CT side recovering.
Shout out to Prosis for, I think, his key kills. Of course, they got 1v2 that one round, but some good spots, I think, where he's figuring out how to play the gap and IV really well on the seat from the CT perspective. Hyped's also recovered his scoreline. I think he was starting out there like 4-7 or something. It feels like he's more a part of these big rifle rounds, and Fnatic are going to invest. I think I've seen better buys than this, but at the same time, I've seen worse. We've still got 5 rifles. It might be hard for Big to predict exactly how much money they have, so let's see how they play it.
Ooh, Maze burned forward. Oh, suddenly he's in the danger zone. Oh, but from within it, he delivers 2 kills. Both the ramp players just wrecked by Maze. Good spacing as well here as Aqua has to come out and try to recover a little bit of footing. He goes even wider, trying to double down with the smoke on him. Hyped catches the arm of Pepsor, nearly kills him. Molotov inside of the site denies any type of plant. But we've got 2 players still on short side. Hyped just pushing out into the open. And that's going to be the end of him. So it's Sin in the 1 versus 4 to close out the first 15. To see whether Big can keep it as close as can be. And Fnatic, they just sit back, wait, expecting him to make his play. And sure enough, they end him. So Banjo with a commandeering 16-7, 16 kills on Maze. And those 2 guys at the top of this one to give Fnatic a 9-6 lead.
Yeah, you could definitely feel it. Oh, Regali's actually not having a great game. 2-9. Kind of the player to stand to hype, I think, in terms of overall rating and stature in the league this season, especially. So some struggles. The retake there was a little messy from Big, right? They just kind of kept throwing one more player at the push over and over again, and eventually lost. A lot of key spray downs from Maze, honestly, throughout this half, and some beautiful lineups that worked out so well for Fnatic Rising. Kind of a pretty interesting half overall. I mean, I can see why Fnatic were winning, but at the same time, I feel like there were some very great rounds from Big versus the Rifles as well. But 4 rounds after the nade round that Fnatic won, small recovery at the end.
More of Keto, more of Hyped.
Yeah,
A little bit of Aqua and Prosis sprinkled in. Prosis had some nice plays inside A site this round, I think, this map.
yeah.
You know, but in terms of like players falling back, players kind of holding the line, or even taking a risk and throwing themselves in. I feel like I've seen that killer instinct out of Keto for the most part from Big.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't really like that much was sometimes the way that they came back for the ramp. They kind of constantly tried to walk back out in the middle of the round. It didn't seem super comfortable on A. I think once they were in all their spots, they were in good positions, but sometimes when they felt like they had to re-aggress, they look a little desperate. But this is, of course, Fnatic Rising's pick.
Smoking a Molotov on Process. At the very, very front of this A ramp setup. CT's hyper passive and now rotate players over. So we got 4 of them on the cusp of this. MOUZ already with the flash prepared, so
why is it so intense right now?
They're ready. Ooh, there's the first one. Pep Sword connects it. Flash comes wide, doesn't really blind anybody. And a very quick 2 kills back the way of Big. Regali. Oh, quiet first half, but that one's loud for a silenced pistol kill. And then he gets another at a distance. Okay. Welcome to the server, Regali. We've been waiting for you. Keto, cheesy position, catches Banjo off guard, then Hype gives the cover that he needs. Oh, and Keto jumps onto the railing and gets a 3rd in the pistol.
Sick. Nicely done from Keto right there with all those kills. Yeah, I mean, Fnatic had a good plan in that retake. They clearly had thought about everything they were going to do with that re-aggression, with the flash retake, and then falling back out of it. And they were getting kills in all these spots. And of course, Regali hit such a beautiful first kill on the shoulder peak. I was like, all right, well, they're on for it. And then they have the late Molotov to sandbags. That's also nice. They didn't just kind of explode and use all their utility at once. And so from that perspective, it looked good. But overall, Big win in the retake. They got bomb plant as well. Investment will come through from the CT side. Yeah, they're going to buy down to 0. Oh, man.
Nice nades.
Bolt is very lucky to have lived that. What's unfortunate is they might forget about him now. Lots of CTs here. I mean, all of them.
Aqua trying to keep his
Make sure he doesn't roll onto the ground, yeah.
Yeah. A perilous task on Vertigo. It's CSGO's best minigame.
Yes.
Keep your nades on the map.
Uh-oh. Bolt's still alive. Lots of CTs.
All 5 of them. Oh, what's going to happen here? MOUZ, the only CT to get a kill. Regali and Banjo quickly chime in with 1 apiece. 1 versus 2 here for Banjo. Good attempt. Hype's lost him within these smokes. Figures it out, though, and sticks that AK straight to the chest. So 2 kills for Hype and an 8 for Big off of full sight stack conversion.
Yeah, could have been worse for sure. And they had some counter utility to stop the incendiaries that came out. My real worry was there seeing Volt stay alive and then this clear being missed. But it's well handled when all is said and done. Gets a little sketchy with the amount of smokes that are up on the site. You kind of want to keep things as clean as possible, I think, when you're coming in and you have the rifle advantage. You don't want pistols sitting around one-weighing you and everything like that, but works out just fine.
We're right into it, Banjo. See you later, sucker. No chance, man. Not when the MAC-10s are coming in to feast. Insta 5K, and everybody's dead. So we're all tied up, 9 rounds each, and Big's T-side starts well, but now the real test as the CTs buy into guns.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, good start here for Big, all tied up. This is what we want to see. If there's an upset on map 1, I mean, world's their oyster. I'm really hoping that we get to Overpass, because it's actually, you know, a top 2 map for Big where they've played, and also it'd be cool to have an Overpass rematch from that previous season and see Fnatic Rising if they really are, you know, that much better. But there is actually history between these two squads. The second half will be an opportunity for Regali, who's having kind of one of his slowest starts that we've seen. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the slowest.
That pistol round's anything to go off of, then maybe the recovery starts now. Little buns Molotov. 3 mollies come over the top right after. Banjo, blind as a bat. Pepsor pushes through. 2 kills as he gets ahead of that streamline of flashbangs. Regali here to support the defense. Ooh, it looked good. That was a full-blown exec, and big. They came at it quick.
Yeah. I got stuffed. Boost will come through. This is going to counter Regali, but they've got Pepsor waiting as well. Bomb on their side of the line of scrimmage.
Full vision on it. 3 players holding the angle as well. Hate to break it to you, Keto.
This will be very
You're
hard.
about to enter the firing line.
Imagine
unless he has
the
the sharpest jiggle peaks. Oh no, poor hyped. Poor hyped. Pepsor going to end him and Keto. So that's 4 off of Pepsor. Plays close on the corner of the B site. Completely stuffs the offense.
Yeah, that was nice, man. Really well played by Pepsor. And there's still a lot of money here for Big. Enough to buy an up again. Enough for all their nades. So we'll give it another go. A lot of love for the B site in this one.
Oh. Check out the spawn. Not live. Not live.
Not live.
So, Fnatic Rising. Guns work well, huh? Turns out, guns work well.
Yes. Not a great sign here for Big that Regali's very much not in the game yet, and they're still holding water. We'll see if that continues into half 2.
Best season yet.
Oh,
And a slow...
and now for my next trick. Do they have internet issues in Denmark?
Probably not. Surely not.
Don't think so, right?
No. Unless the...
They don't...
You know, unless the wind turbines shut down or something.
They don't really get that much weather. No earthquakes.
No. Pretty stable over there.
No mudslides. No typhoons.
What is the biggest
No
natural
sandstorms.
disaster threat in Denmark?
It's...
I feel like it would have to be wind related. It's very windy there. But no storms, really.
No. Do they get tornadoes? I mean...
Well, we were there when we were there for Showdown. There was that big windstorm. Couple
did.
trees fell over.
Yeah. I think it pushed someone to the ground or something.
67-year-old Hans Fruberman fell to the ground yesterday. The wind has been dealt with swiftly. Forced to apologize.
Oh, like we're watching UK news for this report.
Oh, man. Yeah. Where I live, I think the biggest, what are our natural disaster threats? Ice storms?
Oh,
Ice
okay.
storms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like snowstorms, we're pretty well equipped, but when it starts but ice storms?
Like hail hurts, actually.
Hail hurts, yeah. No, but like
That
just when
does.
when it's just, it's like that perfect weather between it is raining, but then it freezes. All
Yeah.
the power lines go down. You know, the big old ice storm in 97. That was a bad one, I tell you.
I feel like they were so much worse when we were kids. Like I remember everything being, I guess because we were small or something, but
Sorry, it was
the
98.
I feel like we just don't get those snowstorms anymore.
Yeah, the January 1998 North American ice storm.
What an event.
What an event.
They said the hail back then used to dent cars.
Damn. Did $5 to $7 billion worth of damage, actually. That's crazy.
They don't make ice storms like they used to.
It's all outsourced nowadays. We got two guys dead already. Keto, what are you doing?
Dude,
Keto, who are you killing?
Let's go.
He's on a solo A ramp mission. What? He just runs in, and look at the kills too. One was from sandbags, one was from short, so he just put himself in between the two and must have just whipped around and owned them. Did it in the matter of a second. Jumps up as he gets boosted, and Keto's going off. 3 kills, and nearly a 4th as Banjo gets it back. Retains a little control towards CT, but there it is. Okay, I've been sat here waiting for somebody from Big to really step up. And who's it going to be? What if? What if Keto has sat on the sideline all season only to start dominating in the playoffs? He's now 18 and 15 off the back of that 3K.
That was insane. I mean, he could not be stopped. I mean, he just dismantled the crossfire completely, turned it into 3 frags. And I mean, they didn't overplay the situation either. I mean, they put the wall smokes into a boost. Oh my god. Okay, I thought the peak was coming.
Terrorists win.
Well, can't ask for much more than that. A beautiful round from Keto on the entries. That was kind of like a fear style play. Coming up the ramp. Kicking down the doors.
Can he replicate it?
Well,
that would be nice. You know, 1 gun round win from Fnatic Rising, and then all of a sudden Keto tears him up.
Yep.
Economy on the line here for Fnatic and Keto. Oh, he nades bolts. They double stack the nades into the short side. Ooh, we got issues here on the A site for Fnatic Rising. Big. Another man advantage, back-to-back rounds.
That's about as good of a start as you could ask for. The CT's left guessing a little bit. And again, Big are not moving too quickly. Making sure to see what the CTs will do first as they start now to climb.
Ooh, MOUZ gets aggressive.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, gets back. He's all right. He's all right. Frag grenade. It's okay.
Yeah, they could turn the corner here. Oh, they're looking for a boost. They need
well timed. But that also opens the door for Prosis. A little pirouette there from Hyped. Gets MOUZ a little too occupied, and Prosis doesn't give them any chance to breathe. He will give them a chance to leave. Maybe they should take that ticket. Go ahead, send it home. Let Big slip that 11th onto the board by way of Prosis. Forcing his way in. Knew that he was going to strike them then and there. Pulls off a very critical 2K and will grab the lead for Big.
Yeah, I mean, really well done. Off the first kill, a lot of patience. And then you have Fnatic actually kind of making the mistake of trying to flash retake the ramp, and it does. Then they go into the boost, but they need that third rifler to be there to cover the boost, and they do it at a risky timing. But at the same time, I mean, Big were turning the corner of Prosis around 35 seconds. So Fnatic thought they had a few extra seconds, I think, to pull that off and get away cleanly. So maybe not the best or worst idea in the world, but as soon as they took too long to get that spray off, it was basically Big to try to just get onto the site as soon as possible. And they'll now take a lead. Wow, definitely very sketchy here. I don't know. Has Regali had an op so far in this half? One time and then
What?
only one time so far. Won't have too many more chances to get back in the game.
Ooh, Aqua eats the flash, but nobody comes flying through with it. He's going to go reclaim a little bit of control. Volts, 20 health, not the best place to be, so he dives back around the corner and just going to play for info instead. Try to get these rifles stacked into the right position, but in order to do that, you got to bank on info first. They went top middle, they saw nothing. A now the intended target. CT's cheating over appropriately. Big aren't careful. This is a winnable one from fnatic. Process. Oh, just gets away from that flash. Keto recovers it. Banjo comes through with the kills. And now the bomb gets thrown out in the open. Banjo's still fighting here. Hype's still giving good cover. But Banjo set up to succeed. Slowly but surely, Aqua coming in closer from this A flank. And Banjo now gets wind of what's going on. Has an idea. But with the smoke grenade, he has to try and fight for that bomb control. He knows it.
Oh my god, is he going to go through the smoke?
Hype's holding.
Wait, but he won't be... This is actually interesting because he can phase the smoke.
Oh my god.
Goes through the ramp. He's not going to be spotted from the other side. There's a world where he... Oh, okay. Okay, they both get around him. Because they don't see him on the flank, so... God damn, I think that was actually that was the one way I think Banjo could have pulled it off. He's definitely playing smart today, but that's still not enough.
I like the effort. They very much figured that out. Sniffing him from both sides of the smoke. Oh, good effort, good effort. That's 12. Big. They get through. Nice attempt from fnatic, right? They had the M4 in the right place.
Yep.
Just not enough. Here we go. Regali back on the AWP. We've got to see something from Regali. He's such a... I don't want to say the only win condition for fnatic Rising, but he's been such a consistent one for them that it just seems so odd that he's not playing well.
Yeah, I mean, you can have, you know, people have bad days, but he hasn't really had one so far in the league. So it's not the right time to do it. Not that you get to pick sometimes, but if they lose, that's his performance will obviously be called into question.
Scouring ramp, sees nothing with the smoke. Hyped, patient, and waiting. Banjo. Okay. Just gets back into the cover. And the nade is negligible. Waiting for the top mid fight. Hyped. Gets one shot off and MOUZ doesn't waste any time. Meanwhile, Sin opens up versus Pepsor. Banjo needs a fresh mag. He's got 3 players right in front of him. Nice flash comes through. That's assisting him nicely, but oh, it starts to slip away from him. Luckily, Regali picks one up. And then in towards mid, Volt catches another.
Well, we just saw a lot of good protocols right there. And now down to 15 seconds. Bomb is actually making it back to A. And I don't know. There's actually a world where Keto gets this plant off. They're a bit slow to getting here. Keto has a smoke as well. You know what? I mean, it's possible. Bomb gets put down. Oh, and now it's 2v3.
That helps.
It does. 2 smokes here from the CT side.
Trying to find his position. Smoke goes on top of the bomb. We got a player climbing over the box. Oh, missed shot from Keto. He recovers. And they start to defuse inside it. They get off of that plant. Regali snips Keto from the backside of the sandbags. MOUZ sticking this one all the way. He's got this defuse through. That's it. A robbery back as they just smoke off the bomb and jump on top of it. Nice shot from Regali. We need him to be here. And 2 kills this round. Well, that's going to lead fnatic to an 11th.
There's a nice plant there from Keto to be able to go back, and they still use both kind of heads of the Hydra to create chaos with the kill from Process over on B. And so it got competitive. It was definitely a very nice shot from Regali to kill Sandbags. It was not an easy one. And I think if he misses there, it's over, actually. They probably lose, so sketchy situation.
try for the bank nades again, but no kill this time for Big Regali. Oh. What was that? Somewhere here on ramp.
Plus. Oh, there we go.
But not two. Counterpicked.
It is a big one back. We have seen fnatic get a little uncomfortable on A. I think the protocols on B were actually super solid when it came to dealing with the attack with Mace, crack spotting in mid. Between Banjo and Pepsor, I think they've been super good. Seems to be A site, which is not quite as ironed out. Yeah, 4v4, and they already look a little uncomfortable, honestly. Doesn't mean that Big will figure this out, however.
These are those moments. Fnatic Rising start to walk into the A ramp thinking, oh, do we go for a play? Try to catch a solo maybe, but they're all here. And Big, they lose Aqua. Everybody else gets back around the fire. Aqua actually gets caught in front of it. Short player goes down in maze, but still plenty of CTs in position. It's not going to be an easy push with only 12 seconds left. Big, they're going to be fighting every step of the way. Process comes through again with a multi-kill. Banjo could just stop everything. They need to plant, and they get it just in the nick of time. Hyped. He wants to give that cover. Smoke grenade gives a chance for Banjo to just work his way up and over. They fall back. He doesn't connect any damage, and he jumps straight on top of it. Goes and picks up the kit. Now he can get that 5-second defuse, but he doesn't have a smoke to cover it. Taps it once to elicit the peek. Shaves Process off of the play. Banjo taps it again. Hopes for the peek from short. Hyped. The other side slides into sandbags. That is perfect. Oh, but he misses the shot. That's not ideal. At the very least, it draws Banjo towards him, and that's going to be the round win with it. Yeah, no time here, unfortunately, for him. That is going to be 13 for Big, I think.
Oh my god, he got it.
What?
Oh yeah, holy. Uh-oh. That missed shot. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Big to lose that. It's actually Banjo with the clutch in the 1-on-2. Down to the wire. That's him 24 and 13 right now. One missed shot from Hype, and that was enough to allow Banjo to get back into this. Somehow he pulls this off because Hype just shoots just way too soon. I mean, he could have kind of taken as much time as he needed to line that up.
That's gut-wrenching.
It is still not a fully kitted Fnatic off the round win, so there's an opportunity here for Big. And Process did a lot to try to pull that together with those entries. The round should have absolutely been over, actually. The amount of time left over.
Ooh, Volt catching him from the corner first. He's got support here as well. Flashbangs come down. Oh my god! The HP that's left after that. Shredded by those peaks from the CTs, but I think it's safe to assume that this is just too much. A single stray burst of gunfire could suddenly kill them both.
Yeah, they need that instant headshot if possible. They're going to go for the boost to try to catch Pepsor off guard. Banjo starts to walk in. Oh, okay, Pepsor will see him and now know where they both are.
And then the flank comes through, and Banjo gets...
Banjo with both.
Yeah, last 2 kills made easy.
This is like his biggest game of the season, honestly. Insane. He's got 2 1v2s. 26 and 13. That could have been 3. That could have been 3 kills for sure. And now, unfortunately, Big. I cannot buy. Uh-oh.
Like Fnatic Rising get to pull ahead.
Yeah, no off, but it's not it's no investment here from Big just yet. They will call a timeout. Let's see what kind of strat they can put together. As they even out some money, get an AK on Keto, who we saw what he did that last round on the ramp by himself. Try it again.
Be Keto's hero moment. Brought to the Academy League to farm, to bring Big through the big games. The important ones. This is the most important match yet. It's delivered so far. Could be boosted up. If that's the case, we've got Banjo back on quad. Keto on the hunt. Banjo keeping it tucked. Flash could come through, but for now it's just Pepsor to take contact and then Banjo to peek. Molly comes over. Keto looks for the support player first. Doesn't see Banjo. Quad guy goes down. Now at the very least, Keto's created space here, and that opens the door. Oh Lord.
What a shot, Aqua. And Process as well. Is there any chance of actually pulling off the retake in this position? I mean, there's only a single flash and a kit on MOUZ. Well, they do it, man. They use that AK to get the opening kill. That's the leverage to allow the D-Eagles to have some nice shots, and they both deliver. Could have said Keto, or sorry, Aqua was the key one right there. Because Banjo had a nice kind of lineup on the right side of that pillar after he took out Keto to put together a sequence.
Yeah. Hero play, and he delivers. It's almost better the fact that he doesn't just get the quad guy, but takes down the support instead. Gets Pepsor off of construction. Quad player gets a face full of Desert Eagle. And Fnatic, what are they left in? Oh my god, look at the state that leaves them in.
Yeah, whoa.
Thank God for them, they saved those AKs. They'll have something to try to play back with, but it's just as desperate as what Big were in the last round.
Well, this is a pretty scrappy game, man. There's there's always a chance, basically, in all these rounds that we've seen. Some huge individual moments.
Boost out of the gate, but there's nothing over here. It's over towards B that this hit wants to come through, and with the kill towards middle, that could make things easy. A split set up, but also stunned. Flashes keep him back for the time being. Banjo, hate to break it to you, USP versus an entirely equipped Big squad.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, even Banjo, who's been farming this whole game. This is like a little bit too little to work with, right? Warning shot.
Don't you dare.
Don't come to my site.
I don't know how scared they'll be of him.
Should be, maybe. And the boost is still here.
They do head elsewhere.
Yeah, if they go back to A, I mean, these are
USP
actually
shot.
good. This is actually a good setup because they have a smoke on Pepsor as well. So even if they molly this, it's only going to cause them problems because MOUZ can boost right after. Well, Okay.
Oh my god. Bomb's committed. Boost comes through. Aqua and Prosis, at the very least, recover this. And Prosis again, the way he extends around, right? That's twice now. He's just cleared out the short side.
Uh-huh.
And then Banjo. That ominous USP shot that was once heard towards B can't come through with anything. Just not well equipped. So suddenly we've got Big 2 rounds away from picking up a Vertigo win.
Sure. Yeah, that was very nice there from Prosis. I mean, the trade on MOUZ as well, if he gets the kill, falls off, it's kind of a different situation because there's still a rifle, the pistol there, and Pepsor stopped them from scaling on that side, so could have gotten very scary, but he hits the instant shot. We'll put it together. Credit to fnatic Rising for having ideas on their low buys. That one doesn't exactly pay off. We don't have an op again here. So big, real big opportunity to make this a match point. Still a good amount of utility from the CT side. Again, no op. Oh, another HE kill. Wow. I feel like they've even gotten more of those than fnatic have somehow. 2 on the sandbag. Sometimes that's why it's better to nade it than molly it. This is a fnatic get for allowing them to get that far up the ramp, right? Kind of disappointed about the ramp aggression from here, from the CT side.
Which was a bit of a question mark from Big's CT side too, no?
Yeah, I mean, at least with Big, they were more aggressive more often, even if the approaches didn't always look great. But here on fnatic, I think we've seen 2 or 3 rounds where the sandbags player has been HE'd. With over a minute left over. And Big know they can just go and take the space back. Wow, and fnatic are basically saving here.
Yeah.
Playing over towards B.
Such a lull in the action. Big decide that's their open door to the A site, and are they ever right? Completely clear for the taking.
Yeah, I don't really love the call here from fnatic. Sometimes they gamble, so I don't want to zone in on it too much, but I think based on what we've seen, Big know that if they can re-aggress the ramp and fnatic have not been playing A well, that it makes more sense to go there. Vertigo is not a map where you kind of have to fake all the time. If you have ramp control, you can just turn that into a round, even if there's a stack with all the right nades. So at least for fnatic, they can save for the next round, but another good round from Big. Unanswered trade with the HE, some very early ramp control. Wow. I don't think, fnatic surely can't afford to lose Vertigo. Two maps that are both, they're good for both squads, but Mirage and Overpass are 2 maps that Big have played the most this season, at the very least.
Season where their stock is going up. Season where we've been watching them train inside Group B for a chance to finally unleash that wrath onto the A side of the bracket. And now, today, here they are. 2 map points and an opening pick for Prosis. Blind doesn't matter. Saw Pepsor get the crosshair on him. Pete comes through from Keto. And what a game Keto's had. 26 kills at the moment. Prosis right there behind him at 23. At first, we thought to ourselves, who's going to be able to step up to the likes of Banjo and MOUZ? Well, we got our answer, damn it. Keto, 3 kills. Into this A site he goes. Again, a multi-kill entry. And again, the most important map for Big Omen Academy so far this season. Keto decides, yeah, I'm going to give you the carry. A fight towards Elevator versus Banjo to soften him up ever so slightly. But unfortunately for him, he's a dead man walking. Aqua from behind gives Big an opening map win over top fnatic Rising.
Man, that is quite a win. I mean, the game plan was overall pretty solid. I think this is a map that fnatic should have been more prepared to play than Big. Of course, this is their map pool lost now. fnatic Rising in this best of 3. A solid win. I think that's Big. They had some ideas for it. They brought some very good rounds. They survived a lot of clutches. Right, they got 1v2 twice. A lot of multi-kills from Fnatic Rising, but not a great map for Regali overall. You know, Banjo carrying is very... It's nice to see, but it's a worrying sign for Fnatic, who have, you know, Regali, Volds, MOUZ on the roster. But still, great to see him play, you know, to a level that, I mean, I feel like personally, I've always really liked watching Banjo go for it, and I think he showed a lot today. There's some good eco rounds here from Fnatic. A lot of good setups. But just overall, the efficacy, I just feel like they're kind of disappointing, just from a pure fragging perspective.
Sure. And I think that, unfortunately, you know, our eyes do kind of get drawn into Regali. It's an uncharacteristic shortcoming from him. It's been so consistent this season, and it's been really nice to kind of see him take it to that next level. So there's still a chance to turn it around for map 2. But Mirage is just going to be more comfort for Big. And, I mean, looking back through these highlights, right, we get that last-second defuse inside A site. We get the Banjo 1v2 on short side. We get the crazy grenade and Glock round that opened up the door for that spree of victories. So
yeah, it's kind
you're
of like
dead on when you said that, like, Fnatic, they got some of these rounds, you know, just by the minimal margin. But it was enough. You know, it was enough to kind of keep the game going. But Big recovered after all of that. All of that didn't matter, because Big walk away with the Vertigo win. So we'll be back in just a little bit, boys, with the Mirage map 2 up next between Big and Fnatic Rising. Big, 1 map win away from locking in a top spot in the playoffs. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Map 2 between Fnatic Rising and Big Omen Academy, who decide who goes forward with a guaranteed third place at least in the playoffs, and who has to go down to face the loser of MOUZ versus FURIA, which we will get later today. We go to Mirage, Mohan, which is a map that we have seen far more from Big on, and arguably good things. Good enough things, I would say, to consider them a possibility for the 2-0 win.
Yeah, they of the last two maps, this is where they spend most of their time in the Academy League between Overpass and Mirage. So they've got two kind of good places to end on. And Fnatic Rising, I mean, they do have a really weak T round win percentage in the two matches they played. They were really good on CT and then gave up enormous leads. It looks like in both the situations. So I think we saw good rounds on Mirage. They clearly are fine playing it, but they also they probably they were more advantaged on Vertigo than coming into Mirage. So just on the basis of pure form alone, it doesn't really look that great for Fnatic Rising. Hard to characterize that last map that we saw in terms of, it wasn't a choke. Maybe it was like kind of spotty performances. There was actually a lot of big clutch moments that came out of Fnatic Rising. But overall, I think the game plan wasn't as good as I think it should have been for the team who picked it. Like we saw some problems from Big on Vertigo, but they weren't the ones who picked it, right? So when we talk about how they are approaching the A ramp, for example, I think it's Fnatic who should be coming under fire more than Big in that spot. And so Big's game plan was good enough, and they survived a lot of tragedies. That nade round, the 1v2s from Banjo. So in some senses, that map wasn't even that close based on how how dominant or how much they had to come back into it just to win. So Mirage, this is the map that Big we've seen kind of I think their most. This is where they played the most amount of times. They are doing pretty well, nice balanced. CTT side a little bit better on CT side. They also beat Astralis Talent in an overtime win, which was a good statement, I think, for them because Astralis Talent played Mirage 5 or 6 times in total. And I think, yeah, I mean, Hyped can take over. We know that he's been getting better and better, and this is where he made his name at first. So Fnatic Rising, I feel like they're, depending on how Vertigo went, I would look at their Mirage a little differently. But the form's not exactly there. So I think they're playing for dignity here. And a chance to go over to Overpass, which it is kind of a reset of the situation. We know they can play there too, but this will be quite a challenge.
They're starting on the back foot and starting this one harder than it has to be. Now, luckily for them, right? We are not talking elimination here in the playoffs. It's a double elim bracket. But it is a fantastic first showing out of Big. If they can survive all of those trials, all of those close could-have type moments on Vertigo, still get their win, still bank on a guy like Keto, who has come in here to dominate the league, to show that he is, better than everybody else. And we didn't really get that out of him, right? But now after Vertigo, I think it's safe to say, round-winning decisions, pushes, and that killer instinct from Keto was a great showing. MOUZ, he'll kick this one off. And it's Fnatic. Solid pistol hold thanks to MOUZ. 3 kills from him. Now, all they have to do is push this over the line. You've just got to kill Keto. You've just got to assassinate Aqua. It sounds so easy. But they do give a little bit of space to the T side, so that's going to be both of them going through jungle. One of them sticking around and the other to go to the bottom of connectors. Smoke grenade here for Volt. No kit on the play. Going to have to be a 10-second stick.
They have a kit.
Oh, do they? Okay. There it is. Banjo, he'll jump on that. No chance for Keto. Never mind. The post plant, not strong enough.
Seen some good retakes out of Fnatic Rising. They definitely look well organized. They use the whole clock. And they put everyone in good spots. They have good protocols. And obviously a lot of that comes down to just the 3K hold out of MOUZ pushing through the jungle smoke. Insane shots out of him. So I mean, obviously huge win condition here for Fnatic Rising is having an unbelievable CT side, I think, to make up for their T side overall. I don't know exactly what to expect when we switch over. But Big's CT side, they can go up to triple ops, between Keto, Sin, and Hyped. So I think that's where they get really strong as well. I'm really curious about the second half.
We'll have to wait for it, Launders. You'll have to be patient.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, 11-4 here for Fnatic Rising. It's still not over.
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
So we will hold our horses, and we'll settle into this second map. Issue resolved. Action set to continue. We are playing on the new patch as well. I've realized and double checked. I saw those
cool.
20 bullet M4A1Ss.
Yeah, I am stuck between two minds. You don't know if I'm supposed to switch or not, man. I think I'm. People are not all switching.
No, they're not. Some are.
Here's the thing. I guess maybe next round, I have a rant.
Okay.
Okay.
I look forward to it.
All right.
Damn, I just wish it was next round now.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you're going to.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Big are going to make us all wait. Keto starts to walk in. Now, no contest at the top of middle just yet. Hyped could start challenging Window with the scout, but you think maybe Regali can hang on to that. A1S is better. Oh, Keto, though.
Wow.
Down goes mate. Oh! Keto,
He's frying.
though. Straight from Vertigo into Mirage. 2 kills off the AK. We saw hero rounds out of him on Vertigo. He's decided today is his day.
Wow. Didn't really waste any ammo on those kills. The split is coming in. Big can really do no wrong here. I mean, there are 3 CTs on the right side of the map, but they're in ticket. Okay, so I don't think this is that great, even though there's still 3 CTs here. Pepscore's got a good gun and an off angle. See how much utility they use if they want to smoke this or not.
Little challenge up from Banjo. He's got Keto with nades out. That's one, at the very least, backed away from Fnatic, but Pepsor tippity taps his way through heights. Sin wins his duel towards jungle, and Pepsor's retake now. All him and all here.
Who doesn't know?
Aqua up close with the Desert Eagle. Yeah, catch him off guard. And with it, he gets punched down by it. So Big, the force buy win.
Nicely done, man. That was such huge kills from Keto. I mean, it was a perfect clear to call out Fnatic Rising's exact setup. Of course, that setup is supposed to be a great angle for the CT side. But when you clear it like that, I mean, what can you say? Keto made no noise right before that moment, I think, as well. So, very nice. Just comes down to crosshair placement. Super solid. Let's see. They're going to force up in response, which may be worthwhile. Well, he's got a crown foil on his burner, on his blaze.
Old school.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting on that rant, but we can wait for USPs.
Just because they had forced up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. We'll hold.
Because Fnatic,
Don't think you got away with it.
They can win sometimes on these rounds.
Pepsor comes back from his expedition in Palace. He sees how the kings live and wants to rejoin his people. Vent not broken. Unfortunate call here. CTs start to pull back because they saw nothing in Palace, but the moment he leaves is the moment that they take it over. And now Big can just follow through with an A exec, and they'll find themselves on the bomb site, which is not stacked.
Okay, I think I could probably squeeze it in now. And they're not going to retake this, are they? I have a fundamental issue with the way that the M4 was balanced.
Okay.
Okay. Because I think that one of the main issues is that the gun itself is still as strong as it used to be.
Yes.
You just have less ammo to get the kills you need, right?
Yes.
So there is a nerf there, which is good. But at the pro level, if you have a better chance to get the first 2 kills, I think that's always still going to be more relevant than a decent chance of getting 3 or more kills.
Right.
So my problem is with the way that it was balanced is that those first 20 bullets are still as strong as they used to be. And if you can guarantee you win that one trade or the second trade, it's going to be hard, I think, to figure out if you should switch to the other M4 when you might not have a good enough chance of winning those first two. Like the M4 silence M4 is very strong, and that's not different anymore. That's still not different. So
it's not changed.
It's just, I think it's a little bit less fun.
Yeah.
To have less bullets, but I'm not exactly sure it kind of solves the problem of like how good you are getting those initial duels.
No, I think this is a very good take. I think it's very, very good take. I can, yeah, strong. You are still as likely to get 1 or 2. You are just now less likely to get 3. But
yeah,
does that really penalize you? Smoke spamming, I suppose, a little bit harder, but you know, you just got to be smarter about it.
Yeah.
If anything, they just nerf the noobs.
Right. Yeah, it's like at the pro level, I think it's hard to say, "Oh, I want to switch now," when you know you're still just as good.
It's also still less expensive.
Yes,
which I think is like it's actually a strong argument for it.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm switching back. I used the A4 for a day.
Same boat.
But I think I'm switching back. Yeah.
Same thing. I did the exact same thing.
Because I whipped the spray and I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
I'm not
he get melted?
Yeah.
Desert Eagle, nothing on Catwalk. It's just the USP push top mid. You know, it was nice seeing my M4A4 skin again. I missed it. You know,
I have a souvenir radiation hazard that I busted out.
Let's go.
It has a radiation sticker on it.
We both have radiation hazards then.
Oh. I think yours is probably cooler. I think mine's field tested.
Yeah, I got that Hollow Katowice 2014 Hellraisers, bro.
Oh, that's way nuts.
Little Angel Gold signature, because what is Hellraisers without Angel?
Nothing.
Oof.
I have to go look it up again. Let me see.
Go take a gander.
Because I have some weird stickers on it.
It's not an All-Stars.
Yeah, I have an All-Stars.
You have an All-Star souvenir?
Yeah. That's a weird sticker, right?
There's only been, I believe, that's the only event in CSGO history where the show match had All-Star stickers. Like there was case drops from the show match.
Dude, I knew this thing was weird because I've never seen those stickers before.
And it's Skadoodle?
I have a Skadoodle, yeah.
That is an NA relic, sir. And you cherish that with your whole heart, please.
Yes, gold Skadoodle, 2 All-Stars stickers.
Skadongler. My guy.
For Columbus 2016, yeah.
Throwback. Flashbang out the window. Ooh, Volts. Gonna try to run this one forward. Banjo, he's inside of the backside, holding on with a solid 2K. So again, you know, replicating the performance from that first map, trying to be the guy. MOUZ can't quite trade him back, despite that T just being on the cusp of the pillar. Kill comes the way of Prosus. Down goes the Cat peak, and with it, MOUZ instantly redirects. Now, he could still try to pinch this from Cat if they want to take the chance. Regali just waiting inside of the market, completely smoked out for the moment.
Yeah, wow. That was, I think, a key one there from Prosus. Just bought so much time for them as the bomb gets closer to exploding. And, yeah, MOUZ can try to catch them leaving, but it looks like they aren't going to go for this now. Good chance to get both kills, at least. But, okay, never mind.
No, hyped. Pops his head open. And Regali's just going to go ahead, tuck that M4 in. And that is big with a 4th on this T side. So we're already starting to, you know, have questions around the T side of Fnatic rising. The CT side is where they do their best work. And at the moment, we've got big with some very important early momentum.
Definitely. I mean, you know, I feel like Banjo's been the guy who's just, he's doing his job. I mean, 2 kills as the anchor. That's kind of as good as you could ask for, and they didn't really have a chance at winning the retake. So yeah, very scary here for Fnatic. Volt also wasn't that scary over on Vertigo.
Mollied out. Nah. No Juan Dig from him. Saved M4 still sitting in ticket, but Aqua's going to go ahead and clear out everybody else. Oh, man. They just get melted, and this is big. Ooh, this is big, just shredding any hope of Fnatic throwing in those, you know, classic little upset rounds that we saw on Vertigo, that we know that they can offer throughout the season. But so far on Mirage, it's nothing but big.
Yeah, you called this one. You said that they were going to capsize Fnatic Rising. It feels like it's coming true. They've got holes in the boat, and they're running out of corks.
Man, oh man. Whoa, Keto sees the jump towards Cat. He knows that threat is near. MOUZ, second op. Now, whether or not Keto noticed the first one jumping over, we don't know, but it is the double ops out of Fnatic Rising, so that's how they net the man advantage here in round 7.
Yeah, like, did he see someone jumping?
He saw him jump. I just, you know, did he notice the op on his back?
Sure, yeah.
That's the question. $1 million question.
Yes.
Ooh, there's a bomb.
Yeah, that punctures the A ramp, and op shot coming in from Volt. Everyone's falling apart now. This is actually very nice from Fnatic, winning on mid in the late round over to A. Hyped alone with a full minute. This one's gonna feel like a year. Look at the CTs coming in. I feel like you gotta be careful with Hyped. You know, saving with an op.
Yeah, he'll knock you down a peg or two.
Right. I also have a souvenir AUG radiation hazard.
I find that one a little less impressive.
Okay, with a Nico gold.
Okay, all right. A little bit of a recovery there.
Because
that was also back when, like, souvenirs, you couldn't just, like, buy all these coins. Like, nowadays, souvenirs are a little, you know, we used to get the boxes dropped in Twitch chat. Nowadays, it's, you just buy as many coins as you want. Still got to get lucky, but.
Man, Desert Eagle Blaze is 660 Canadian dollars.
Holy moly.
I bought this thing for $8.
Suckers. Banjo, he's going to go down. You said Hyped can rack up the costs. Well, just one kill. And then they pay him his respects. So, single sniper saved. Big. Hitting a bit of a wall in that last one. But they also didn't expect the double ops. So, we'll see how they transition through it now.
It's true. It's true. And we don't know how much info they had on that. Like you said, if Keto spotted one, did he know it was an op or not? It's hard to say. A lot of smoke, a lot of flashbangs. But the two ops persist. And I mean they know MOUZ has the ops, so they probably don't think he's the only one with one, right?
Right.
There is that. Exec coming on through. Pepsor within smokes.
4 smokes down. CT's add a 5th. Pepsor finds the spam through. That's not half bad. Sin goes over default.
I think they know he plays up here. Maybe not.
They don't stop him. Volt a little preoccupied with the thought of the mid split. Sure enough, Keto comes through. Tries to swing wide. Volt ends him then and there. Hyped on the fallback. Escapes. Banjo goes down to the Opper. Regali comes through with a kill, and Volt is right there as well. So it's got to be Aqua in from Cat. He'll have a back turn to him. Volt dead man. Double ops trying to retake now. And he's going to press right in. Where have they gotten off to? The double peek above and below. Making sure that they've got Aqua pinned to the side of Connector and giving Fnatic a 3rd CT win.
Not bad, not bad. They keep those 2 ops up. That's a nice kind of defense. And yeah, we've seen that strat a few times, and it's part of the protocol to jump up on default and one way into CT spawn. So I thought Pepsor was going to be aware of that. We've seen that happen. I'm not sure if it's only Big that throw it. I think one other team have also. But either way, they survived the test. It looks like they're not. They're keeping hope alive. Not out of it totally.
Double op's good adaptation. You know, lose a force buy, sure, but this is still a capable CT half. We know that much. And now we're getting the evidence. It's hard to make claims without evidence. Luckily, Fnatic Rising putting pen to paper, showing their work. Big weight top mid, and MOUZ hopes to catch a player deep inside of the apartments. Gives himself a good gap to do it with. But Aqua dodges that first bullet.
It's always the question of, should I leave? You know, was that actually enough pressure to scare me? Oh, Pep's with another ramp aggression. No flash behind it. I don't know if he sees Sin, but he pulls back. I think that's best for him. Setup isn't perfect, knowing that they have connector open. So Pepsor, if he's going to play the ramp here, he kind of needs to play in the ramp. Otherwise, they can't really figure out exactly what they want to get out of this setup.
Bolt tucked in as he gets the first kill. Bomb down to the dirt. 30 seconds. There's the squeeze from Keto. Pepsor gets into the ramp control, though. And that helps, but so does this. 2 kills right back from Big. MOUZ over towards Ticket. Pepsor's position, of course, known. Oh, that's both confirmed. Reload here. Pepsor. Oh, can't manage to finish off Aqua. 42 health for him. 10 seconds to the clock. MOUZ runs in, sees the first, knows the bomb plant's just next to him. Gets the first shot off, and up close, can't manage either of those kills. It's Big with a 6th on the T side.
I mean, if you're Pepsor, you got to run at that guy, right? But you also got to kill him. There was a reload coming in. There was a chance. The setup overall, it wasn't that compelling. I feel like from Fnatic Rising, it looked like there were a few players all in decent positions, but not really working together, complementing each other that well. I think luckily Pepsor won his duel on the ramp, but he's also pretty much the only thing that worked out there besides MOUZ. So, yeah, I mean, very standard position for Big. They go slow for the A ramp split with connector control, and Fnatic, they kind of just float around and hope their players get kills. Which unfortunately is consistent through Vertigo as well, which makes it feel like they're not playing like they should be. At least not the Fnatic that we've seen.
Not the Fnatic that took down MOUZ NXT.
Right.
On Ancient. Ancient? Yeah. Nearly did it on Mirage. But we didn't see a flawless Fnatic Rising either this season, right? We saw great promise, but they also lost to a couple teams. Young Gods on Ancient.
No shame in that.
And I want to say OG Academy as well, but I could be wrong about that one. If anything, this is just the evidence that Big have been waiting and training and boiling over now into the A group of teams, which we touted as being better. Well, so far, Big is best. Flash into the A site, trying to just disrupt what is this slow crawl out of Big. You know, they're taking map control, they're getting the site, but they're also playing a dangerous game with the clock. 15 seconds left. Plant attempts, comes through. They've got that at the very least. But already pressure here from Regali. Bolt picks up the kill inside of jungle. Keto finally gets an answer back, but Banjo spams him down with a measly 5-7. We talk about the potential in rounds like these for Fnatic, and they could very well be netting themselves one right here, right now. It's a 10-second stick halfway through, and Hyped goes down towards ramp as Fnatic Rising have no business winning this, but sure enough, they do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's like you pointed out that there's just such low time on the clocks. They're all in really pressed up positions, making sure they cover the bomb as well as possible, but that allowed Fnatic to get really close. Got some spam damage off through a smoke, got a couple of easy frags, pushing out from missiles to triple, so there's a lot of confusion there, and there was less to lose from the CTs, not so many guns in play in that round, so a lot of incentive for them to rush that situation, not let it get down to a retake with a lot of players alive. So Big kind of made their bed. but it's still a very good start.
Nade. Ooh, almost enough to kill Sin. Now, unfortunately, he's the entry with only 7 health left. Volt awaits his chance to strike him down from Cat. He'll get faced by 2, finishes off what was left of Sin, that little bit of HP. Banjo tucked behind bench. Bomb gets dropped by Regali as he rotates over, and all is good. Solid hold, but Hyped is into the clutch. Only 2 players left in this 1v3. Bomb plant, very comfortable for him. Ooh, Hyped, don't do it to him. Fnatic Rising finally on a CT side recovery. They've got 2 M4s, and they're starting to play this one back from market. He is very concerned about Cat. He's going to peek around the right side, snaps it into Pepsor, and then it's MOUZ up close, but a missed shot from Hype. He dives through the smoke, plays closer towards window, and that means that MOUZ is going to lose track as to where he's got off to. MOUZ is still on the other side of that smoke, playing it close. Hyped. Oh, gets wrecked by the wide swing. Okay. MOUZ keeps it clean as can be, clean as he needs to give Fnatic a 5th.
That was a nice read by MOUZ on exactly where he'd go to, so full credit there. It was when he didn't get the kill on the first peak after Hype missed, I was thinking, oh yeah, that's a bad sign, but they put it together, nice clutch attempt. But importantly, Fnatic Rising win that. And yeah, Banjo, another great hold. I mean, the thing is, I have so much respect for small side anchors because you don't get a lot of kills, but you know, two kills on a hold is like a really good day. And he's done that a few times. It's hard to do. You can only play the site so many different ways, right? You smoke Van Pillar, you play behind it, you catch them as they're coming out of the window. If you get flashed once, you're screwed. There's not that many options for you, and people have figured out kind of the best way to do things. So hard to get more than 1 kill sometimes, but he's figuring out how to do it.
That's giving Fnatic Rising a chance to figure out how to get this lead back. Nice flash makes this one nice and easy. Pistol's getting popped. And if Process dies, that's bomb confirmed as well. So nice. Iced. Cool, chill on the rocks. Fnatic tie at 6.
And we'll see. I mean, with a 9-6, if it gets there, which I don't know if that's possible, but you know, maybe they have a chance to overperform on their T side and show us a better face. You can probably have seen Mirage coming into the veto from Big side. But for the meantime, I think Big are quite happy with the way things have gone so far.
Whoop. Just slides by Sin's angle.
Hype's been good, man. He recovered on Vertigo. He's looking good here on Mirage. Not been his good side yet.
Ito taking over Cat. CT's leaning that third towards B, but also a little bit nervous about Murder Hole. You see Regali going back to check it. Ooh, Banjo jumps up. Aqua, little too tunnel vision. Corner attempted to be cleared. And Bolt, well, he's down after 2. Regali, Banjo kills right back. And that is the life sucked out of the B hit. Fnatic Rising have established the lead.
They have, and they also have put out a save here from Big. A very nice hold. I mean, that was a big bait, right? To get Volt into that position. Wanted Van. They saw him. And like a hornet, they tried to find out where he was going to go play from on the Van. And Volt put together the nice 2K. Gotta be careful following kills like that sometimes.
Ooh. hello, Regali. Quick peek towards top mid, 5v4. Oh, just as Aqua gets in. That's him down to 66. Regali's got that timing ticked down to a T. Little double peek maybe for the window. I like this. Layers when working with lesser weapons. But Regali.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, exactly where he needs to be. Even though he misses the op shot. Swaps out to the Desert Eagle. Process tries to take that place quickly. Pistol fight goes the way of Process. And now he's got his hands on an op. But he gets dealt with. Volt strikes him down, pushes Aqua into the 1v4, and that's fnatic Rising, pulling ahead again, just that little bit further. One more buy here in this half from Big's T side, and that's what we're all waiting for. Aqua, dead man, sitting still.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this is started a 5-1, right? So actually, not too bad here for fnatic. At least their confidence, I think, should be up. Another buy-in. Op in play here for 5 pipes once again. I think MOUZ has actually been a pretty good opper. I don't think we saw him op at all in the regular season. Am I crazy?
I don't recall it. I feel like at the same time, Regali did such a good job on his own that they never really even needed that double op.
Yeah.
He is 2 oppers in 1.
That's true. You said you were bad on Vertigo. I'm opping now.
Nobody's safe.
I'm helping you.
It's for your own good. And sure enough, it has been. Regali also 11 kills right there with MOUZ. Ooh. Process shows a little skin. A deadly mistake. Aqua onto the bench. Won't see Volt because he's keeping his head down. And then Regali makes some noise as he runs away. So that's Aqua with a little bit more info. Banjo. I love that. Different angle. We've seen him over towards the chair. This time he's in the kitchen, cooking up a storm. Close op shot from Hyped. Good recovery. Still a 3 versus 4, though. And at the same time, we've got Aqua starting to cheat through jungle. He's slipped through. MOUZ turns his attention back, but... oh, that's not ideal. Aqua slides right in. And now suddenly we've got a B-site split. A potential 7th. Unless Regali and Volt can lock this one in, the Incendiary surely will help. But there is still time to go elsewhere in this 2v2.
Yeah, but they have Pepsor, who's still over on the A site. Now they'll hear that there is no more pressure on the B site. Pepsor's in a pretty good spot. I mean, they could expect him here. He should use his smoke in this situation. He's floating around. But over towards stairs. I mean, this should be a death sentence here for Big as they come up through connector.
Close range op shot. No, he's going to milk it. He executes the first. There's the trade.
Oh.
Sin, he's got a chance in the 1v2. Oh, he's got a run. And he'll beat Regali to that bomb site, sure enough. Regali wastes no time. So a 1v1 clutch to close out the first 15. And a smoke to create a little ambiguity. Regali not certain. And Sin seems to have played this perfectly. But he actually doesn't get the info he would hope for. Regali's already around default. They are mirroring each other. And as that smoke fades, the Desert Eagle's just not enough. AK succeeds in the hands of Sin, and one last round sprinkled on top. But an excellent CT side as we expected once they recovered from that force buy win in round 2 and the 4 additional rounds that came off the back of it. It was a good start from Big, but it did get calmed down.
It did definitely. I think, at least psychologically, that's a nice thing for Fnatic overall. So this last round, it looked like if he had more trigger discipline, he probably just wins. But he also was worried about it just getting late cleared, and they didn't see anyone, which is fair. I don't mind Pepsor going for that. He could have still won his next duel. But that's a round. That's a round in a very important half here for Fnatic, who usually perform extremely well on CT side. Wow, the 3v5 to end it.
Big have definitely done enough. That 3v5 with Aqua getting way through the murder hole. Could have been killed, of course. point blank by the op, but gave him the electric slide. Shot straight through him. Top of the scoreboard, of course, we've got Hyped with 14. Aqua and Keto right there with 11 each. Just a good game so far.
It has been.
It's delivered. You know, I still stand by what I said, where we are trying to figure out who's going to be number 2 and who's number 3 going through playoffs. This is what you want, a close affair. MOUZ are watching closely. Until FURIA upset them later today, and then everything's upside down.
Who knows?
You never know. Honestly, you never know. Not with FURIA. FURIA are here. That I couldn't see coming.
They're in playoffs.
They are in playoffs. And now we're into the second pistol. So let's see what fnatic have in store for us. A quick A hit by the looks of things. 2 smokes over top. Banjo jumping through the bomb site, trying to spot things. Big surrounded inside of the site. Pepsor and Banjo kill a piece. They're going to continue, but Sin and Keto headshots come through. Pepsor sizing up the situation. Dueling versus Keto first and foremost. And down he goes at the hands of Sin. It is big with the second pistol win.
Nice. They pull the pistol out. Nice 3K there from Sin. And a nice hold in CT spawn. Rock solid. Well, things now become very testy. Again, just to go over it. They only played the map twice. They played it versus Spirit and versus MOUZ. And versus MOUZ, they actually, it went to overtime, double overtime, in fact. And it was a really strong match overall, but mostly CT-sided affair. We're talking about 4 rounds on T side last time. And they actually pulled out 7 versus Spirit Academy and still lost that game.
From Hyped. Ooh, damn. Poor Volt. Saw nothing but the back of his teammate, and then Glocks come through.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Excuse me?
I've seen him win with less.
No armor.
I feel like Glock should give you $1,000 a kill.
Except for in the pistol.
Pistols.
Yeah. That'd be a cool added bonus. Like if kill reward took into consideration what your opponent... that's too much math, actually. Never mind.
That's too nerdy.
I never learned calculus. But I did learn algebra. And recently I learned the difference. Sin closes down on it. So nothing more there for fnatic. A little lively with the Glocks thanks to MAZE. That'll put him up to 5K and bring Big down a bit, but it's not going to stop Hype from having an op in the first real gun round.
Yeah, this could be Hype time, Series again going head-to-head with Regali, and I think by the numbers, the 2 most impressive oppers, I would say. In the league...
Ooh, it's hot, Pepsor. But he finds a little bit of safety. Keto's hunting over the connector smoke. Sin maybe trying to draw him in. Puts out the Molotov, holds on to his corner. Keto loses his smoke, so he adds fire to the mix, and that's fnatic back for the time being.
Well, I mean, with no CTs, having vision on mid, they can get toyed with a little bit. Attack leans towards B, with Volt lurking at a Palace. I don't know. He probably comes in a little late in the situation. All right, he's throwing some kind of fake. And they'll bring a CT out over, actually. It works out.
Ooh, cat pinch is perfect. Sin goes right in, though. drops the bomb, goes for the reload.
Oh,
Great
the
cover
cover
from Keto and the
Wow.
double kill. That is Keto with another round-winning moment. The fact he keeps his teammate alive and then swings out for the eventual trade, nicely done from Keto. And that's that killer instinct, right? He throws himself at moments. And this one nets them around.
Yeah, that's all about Keto. Now, actually, you know, fnatic, they got the rotations they wanted to out of that. They pulled one of the B players out into the market. And in the 5v5, they probably didn't have as much map control as they wanted to stop that split from coming in. But the rotators were really good. I think if Keto's not there, I mean, Sin dies in the site. Actually, quite different rounds.
Ooh, damn,
Ouch.
those nades taking a lot out of these armored Tech 9s. They start to trickle down. Sin is eliminated. Oh, a triple lineup for Aqua. And as Hype comes through with the op shot to stop that bomb plant, 4 kills for Aqua, made way too easy.
They jump by him, too, after he turns from a flash. They go right through the site, don't see him. That was very satisfying to watch. A beautiful spray down from Aqua. Oh,
Those
they're all
nades,
softened
look
up,
at
too.
this.
Wow.
Oh, poor guys.
That fell into place beautifully. Oh, so close to seeing it again.
Quick to the top of mid, fnatic rising, you know, getting rambunctious these last 2 rounds. Hyped, waiting underground, and sure enough, that's Banjo taken out. Keto, a secondary player down in tunnels. Pepsor thinking about trying to find that off, but that just primes Keto to offer up another kill. His impact has been felt round to round, and there is Sin and Aqua. But a deep position from Volt nets him nothing, and this is starting to get scary because the money's not there for fnatic, and they are trailing by 4.
Yeah, that was a little rushed, wasn't it? They should have waited that smoke out and underpass. And they had somebody on both sides, right? So there's a point in which fnatic or Big don't have a way out, and the op becomes a little scary to have down there. So they could have put more pressure on that by waiting that smoke out and using their utility better, not having Banjo swing on underpass. And I think they would have had a better chance of dealing with that setup. But they kind of Big were in a good spot. They did exactly what they wanted them to do. We've seen how much Big use underpass on their CT sides. Very good with it. Wow, nice shot.
An M4 over to Pepsor. Aqua looking to make a round-winning move. But Banjo's down beneath. Oh, Aqua looking the wrong way. Can't recover. At least he gets the Banjo kill, but that's an open door to Regali. Look at them sprint. Look at them try to force their way through. Regali, he can just try to set up Volt for the plant. They've already got a guy leaning towards Arch, and that's Pepsor to come through with another kill. Ah, the classic from fnatic Rising. You know, they pulled this off on Vertigo. They hadn't done it yet here on Mirage. Felt like an inevitability, and now they land it. So that's 9 fnatic Rising. Big. You're going to close this 2-0. It will not be easy.
That's true. Yeah, there are some ideas here. And yeah, again, fnatic have looked good on their save rounds. I think they have brought a lot of ideas, and they trust the calls. So they always believe there's a chance of winning, and then sometimes they actually make that possible. Pepsor 3 frags. Goes positive with that round, and they're in a pretty good spot. Someone might be able to squeeze out another buy off of this, too. With the amount saved. Oh, they're scrimming ramp, running through the molly. They don't take much damage, though.
Not at all. Frag grenade finds a little bit. Hyped all through smoke. Process, it's got to be him. and he gets nothing. MOUZ rounds the Tetris and clears it. So suddenly, the only thing that they had going for them was that smoke spam. The site hold itself didn't really offer us too much. Retake. Oh, Sin! A gap on the side of that, so he sees the feet. Connects to the head. Down goes Volt as well as he tries to go deep through Ticket. It's MOUZ in the 1v4. And unfortunately, 58 health is all he's got to work with, but that's enough to deliver at least a kill to Aqua. Hype's coming in from Ticket. The other two CTs, the opposite end. He goes deep for the peak, tries to take the fight on his terms, but loses out, and that's big to 13.
Damn, nice rounds. Overall in the hold, 3 kills from Hypes. Beautiful off cat and from the market as well. And while Process, I mean, he gets one. He gets the default, he gets one, and he also lets them know that they're coming. So they molly the ramp, but it's not too late. Everyone's still close enough. So Fnatic, they try to play it really light and go with the scrim out ramp. Now, you do a strat like that, you want 2 kills really quickly instead of smoking people out, getting to a 5v5 retake, because you're not throwing a lot of your utility to get that bomb down. But they can't find those kills as quickly as they need to. Oh, Keto gets hit up a bit. What happened there? Be crossing up from A. Oh, they found the gap, though. No one here on the ramp. Taking the right risk. And it's so early, I feel like Volt is not going to go back and watch this just yet. They might actually be able to split up and go see the bomb. Very bad situation here for Fnatic. Because this early, you know, means you don't even need your A-site players to be alive.
Ick. Oh, CTs walk right back.
They don't have the... Wait.
Don't have the bomb.
Yeah, they don't have the bomb. The bomb's being spotted too, right? Or has it?
No,
maybe they didn't see it.
No, so they're thinking that they've got to get ahead of the B site because you'd think the T's have everything they have, but oh, this is collapsing.
What is happening?
Oh, this was such a clean game of CS, and now we get one of those like awkward kind of Academy League type moments.
Pepsor has to stay alive, and they're coming for him, but they're not spotting him, so there is a chance where he pulls us out.
25 seconds, though.
CTs are getting confused. And now they know the bomb is probably going to go back to be with Pepsor there, but it could go anywhere at this point. Sin, just, okay. 10 seconds, I guess mid is very unlikely, but there is a chance to get the plant off. Maybe not.
Nah, Keto. Ice cold.
Oh, he's going to knife him. Oh my god.
Big league experience. Volt's going for the plant, gets stopped.
Oh, he got the plant.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of extra money, but no chance at anything after that plant goes down. That is a interesting round of CS.
That one's crazy. That one's
Unique,
crazy.
I believe is the word we use.
The bomb was in a weird spot where they did the double flank, but they didn't see it.
Yeah.
Didn't go through B, and then the weirdest part, though, is that Fnatic are hitting the B site while they don't have the bomb. That's the weird part. Because that flank wall is cool. They don't even know about it, right? They haven't even seen that. They just don't have the bomb for the attack for some reason. So, man, this could be big. Looking at a 2-0 victory over Fnatic Rising here. First day of playoffs. Of course, double elimination, so it doesn't mean Fnatic would be out. But it's a statement that the kings of Group B coming over to take out one of the favorites of the season. You know, there's probably something like, well, it's some medley of MOUZ NXT, Fnatic, Big in some order, and that's why we get to see in playoffs them finally play against each other.
And we waited with expectations.
Yeah, I mean, the B group has actually they have been very impressive. Yeah.
What if that is the tale of season 4, that we slept on that B group? You know, we thought that they were, they were all training one another. We thought it was just Big waiting for a chance to beat up on somebody of their own caliber, but little did we realize FURIA was coming too. Sort of the top mid fight. Oh, Keto, unfortunately, loses what was his cover. Sin throws the utility down towards underground instead, and that's a 4v4 door for Fnatic. Oh.
Owned. Owned.
Nothing spotted here from Volt. So nervous about this flank,
So
but it's all about
quiet.
process. It's all
think
about process with the ramp
Oh, they
hold.
went
He's
through
not
the ramp?
looking. Yeah, Volt's going to come execute him. Or hold him.
Oh, must have been scary.
I love how long he holds that. 15
Oh!
seconds. Oh,
Not
Pepsor
bad.
takes down what was going to be the next threat in line. Ticket player, no chance to recover. Insta-dink into Sin as he tries to fight around jungle. We got life left in both sides because Aqua decides to line one up through smoke. Over the top of stairs, he hunts Pepsor inside of that site. They're trying to flush him out with the wall bangs, but he holds on to his cover. And he's got the cross held by Volt as well. Aqua inching his way in. Tidbits of damage, wins his fight versus Tetris.
What?
Oh, that's both! And Aqua comes through with a huge 4K to give Big 15.
Goddamn, fourth quarter Aqua. What a play by him. The jump spot inside a connector to kill stairs. And a retake they shouldn't have been able to win. They pull it off. What a nice mid-round attempt from Fnatic Rising. Got the bomb planted. Got to do a 3v2. Had this kill from Pepsor. I thought that was the last. That was it. You know, Hype dying and spawn through this box. Thought for sure no chance. A very low percentage retake here, and it's all Aqua. I mean, he gets every single frag.
Aqua, seasons of experience on Big, right? This is a roster that's made many moves. It's changed out its pieces, but he's always earned that spot. Banjo, he'll kill Keto. 5v4 for Fnatic, trying to hang on for dear life. It's not quite the guillotine, but it is a knockdown blow from Big. If they can just get that one more round on the scoreboard. Send a shiver down MOUZ's spine, let them know who the real challengers are. Aqua. Oh, he gets ahead of the spam. Man. This is so good.
Yeah, running from it too, because who would push this?
So sick.
Beautiful.
Barrel to the back of the head. That's Banjo dead. Jump peeks into MOUZ. Maybe a little ambitious.
Not sure if he knew there were two.
He wouldn't have. But it's still not too late to be recovered. 3 versus 3 off of that op pick from Hyped. Util being thrown towards the B site as Bomb will slowly work closer towards A.
This angle actually works 10 times out of 10.
Oh.
Yep.
Even when you almost look away.
Yep.
Palace player comes out. Oh, no! Slides off of the balcony, and with that, it has to be MOUZ. It needs to be him, and he can't deliver. Big Omen Academy, a 2-0 over Fnatic Rising. A victory on Vertigo after surviving the test. All of those Fnatic-esque round wins weren't enough to crush them. And then on Mirage, they show us what they've been doing inside Group B, getting ready for their chance to run through playoffs.
Man, it's a disappointing series here from Fnatic Rising, right? They'll have to play better, of course, to be able to pull this out big. If they do their part in making this as hard as possible, Fnatic, not everything looks right. They're over on Vertigo. Their game plan clearly wasn't as ironed out as it needs to be. Their individuals weren't there where we needed them to be. And for Big, I mean, they show up as the maybe slight underdog or something on paper and look like the far better team. Even on the map pick of Fnatic Rising into a very sound Mirage as we've normally seen. I think it's fair to say Hype had an awesome series. He stood out as an opper here, and that is to talk about how him and Regali going kind of neck and neck coming into playoffs. I think with Hype having less experience than Regali, I would have expected him to be the player to be a little bit worse over in playoffs. And luckily for Fnatic, it's not over, but this one will send him in the lowers.
Right, now they are going to await the loser of MOUZ versus FURIA, another B group contender that's trying to exceed all expectations. Shout out Keto, man. That's who I really liked what Keto offered us on Vertigo. I think he was like the first player to kind of start putting forth that like killer instinct. I'm still just recalling that one round inside of B site where everybody looked a little bit too timid. Keto decides like, no, it's now. Runs in, gets his frags. Did the same thing on a lurk round inside A site on T side. You know, I think that just showed like a good amount of composure. He said himself that coming down into the Academy League has definitely, you know, reignited the fire underneath him. And I think we see it with this series. He hyped up his boys, and as they took into map 2, it was hyped who went above and beyond with Aqua. So congratulations, Big. A statement victory over Fnatic Rising. Not a final win, not something that achieves what they're hunting for here in playoffs. What they want to do is dethrone MOUZ NXT. And Big as an organization, taking a player like Keto, putting him down here, you know, this is what we come to expect. When you win 3 seasons in a row, MOUZ, you've got to expect, you know, big moves and new contenders. And after this best of 3 victory, it is safe to say that is big.
Well said. Well said. They earned it. They fought hard and they played like there was no pressure on them, which I think all those things are really good signs for Big. So whoever they play next, I think they'll be a formidable opponent. That much we know. And yeah, it could be the season of the Group B surprisers, I guess. The Group B impressors.
The unexpected upsets, you know. MOUZ, 4 seasons sounds good, but to Big, breaking that streak sounds a little bit better. Now, of course, will it be MOUZ NXT in that winner's BO3? We'll have to find out after the break. So when we come back, folks, it is going to be MOUZ NXT, the 3-peat champions, taking on the underdogs of Season 4, FURIA, with a playoff run. Their best season yet, despite being the very first team to be here. Let's find out after the break who takes this next one. Welcome back, everybody. It's map. That's actually not map. It's match. Match number 2.
Yeah.
Map number 1. We're pressing that reset button. And we're going into the MOUZ NXT versus FURIA Academy game. The WePlay Academy League, where we watch for the kings of tomorrow. Who's it going to be? If it comes down to MOUZ versus FURIA, who's it going to be, Launders, at the top of the scoreboard by the end of today?
It's going to be MOUZ NXT. Wow, not the most brave prediction, but I will say I think you were right about something in that last one. That Fnatic were the team who you could say, okay, we go to playoffs, who knows? But for MOUZ, they go to playoffs, they win. They actually consistently do. They don't lose to anybody in playoffs. They're the playoff team in the Academy League. They're looking for the four-peat. And they are they have a pretty nice matchup here, right? They're playing against FURIA Academy, who they exceeded expectations, but they're gonna have a tough map pool, I think, versus MOUZ NXT. I don't want to sleep on FURIA Academy. I'd say the coolest part about FURIA Academy, I'd say, is Kawez season 3 to season 4. He's made the biggest improvement. He's now their best player. He's now just one of the best riflers in the league, period. He's been insanely impressive. And the team as a whole has also opened up their map pool a little bit, getting better at certain maps. Still some struggles on like 1.5 of Overpass. Still some struggles on Vertigo, which they play. So not perfect, but they've at least gotten better.
I think you can now, after this, play-in run from Academy or FURIA Academy, look back and just actually be genuinely impressed as well, right? I think a victory over Prospects, that kind of felt to me like, I don't know why after winning versus Prospects, I didn't consider the possibility that FURIA could go all the way through.
Sure.
Because there was, I think, a point of me that I actually thought Prospects could have been one of these playoff teams.
They could have. That Nuke game.
Yeah.
Nuke game. They came back from an 11-4 on Nuke versus Prospects. They won 11 CT rounds in a row and then won in overtime. That was unbelievable. It could have very easily been Prospects for sure.
Yep. And with that, it could have been a completely different situation, but here they are. Now we have had time off, right? Like the play-in was back-to-back, day-to-day grinding Counter-Strike with elimination over your head every step of the way. They do now have this little bit of breathing room that's been earned, right? And if this was Fnatic Rising versus MOUZ, I would lean towards MOUZ. If this was Big Ikoman Academy versus MOUZ, I'd still be inclined to lean this way. So there's no reason for me to sit here and think that FURIA Academy will just straight up fly through the playoffs and get their way, through the top end of things. This should be a reality check to them versus not just this season's best, but last season's best and the season, etc. This is MOUZ. These are the kings, the undisputed kings. And so FURIA, I think it's just time to see what they really have to offer us in another best of 3 versus a team that's heavily favored against them.
At least they get to ban out Ancient, so that's one thing that's nice for FURIA Academy when it comes to playing against MOUZ. Obviously an insanely strong map for them. One issue might be that they have to play Vertigo probably. MOUZ, it would make sense for them to pick it. But with FURIA's pick first, I think that they could take Overpass if they... Or no, it's Overpass just gets banned. Oh,
Inferno.
Oh yeah, they take Inferno. Okay. Inferno. It makes sense. I'm trying to see if we have anything good with. Oh, okay. So a Nuke pick. This is
Vertigo Decider.
This is the strength of MOUZ NXT in this veto. They could have gone a few different ways here. And
Vertigo Decider.
I think it's got to be right. FURIA ban Mirage, so which is very reasonable.
Dust 2.
MOUZ could have picked Mirage as well.
Right,
they'll ban it.
Instead.
Wow,
this is okay. So
completely unexpected in terms of where they could have gone, but it's MOUZ who have the options.
And with Dust 2, I feel like, we did see, I think, it was FURIA at the start of the season had struggles on Vertigo, kind of got away from it in the best of ones, and then right towards the end, we got to see better and improved things.
Actually weird.
Notably off of the back of Kawez, and I guess MOUZ just want to leave it to AIM if it really does boil down to that.
Yeah.
So
MOUZ actually don't have a win on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's why I was sat here saying Vertigo 10 times, because I really thought, it made the most sense. But we have dispatched our expectations. And this is where we find ourselves instead. So let's think about it. Inferno is our first map, so a part of this equation no matter what. MOUZ NXT, Furia, Inferno. Launders, strong thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a good place to go. Like, we do have a loss. OG Academy were able to beat MOUZ NXT with some really strong individual efforts on the map, and that's the only time they played it so far this season. And it was actually a 16-11 game, I think, where Jimpat was -1 and like 14 or something for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
It was hilarious. But I think that was
Never forget.
a one-off kind of. And they haven't, yeah, I mean, they beat Sinners 16-4, which is pretty impressive. They lost to a team called Enterprise, which I don't know much about, in overtime. I guess my memory of MOUZ NXT on Inferno is a little bit different than the results. So, I mean, that actually could be 2 good maps here for Furia Academy to get Dust 2 in the end, to get Inferno here. Very strange veto here from MOUZ NXT. They could have also picked Mirage, right, to kick things off.
That they could have.
Yeah.
But we've seen, you know, yeah. I was gonna say we've seen good things from Furia, but I'm still it's all I gotta remember. It's all in relation to what we have to continue to assume was the weaker group.
8 map win streak on Mirage for MOUZ NXT.
Well,
and they banned it.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. Here we go, folks. Second opening best of 3 of the Season 4 playoffs. MOUZ, 3-peat champions. Ready to do it with a new squad. Little Finnish Jimpat added in. And Furia Academy, the out-of-nowhere challengers. Their best season yet of WePlay. Can they make it even better? Or is this the end of the road? Or the start of the end of the road? Shuhei waits on B site. We get the util over top. He was alone from the start, but Jimpat's already flanking alt mid. Smoke in front of Shuhei. Shane, he's going to take a boost. And with it, he gets spotted. Bruninho, opening kill. It's Furia with the plant. ZMB, he can Molotov off the flank, so that buys a nice amount of time. Got a challenge here from Shuhei. He's climbing over coffins. Screw your smoke. He dies to Bruninho. Close position from ZMB. Won't be enough to stop Jimpat. We've got no kit currently on the CTs, but it sits right on top of the bomb, so they just got to get in there. And how do they get Furia out of here? We've got one on Nubox, one in Dark. Exertion anticipating the peak. They're trying to squeeze from both ends. Jimpat runs in, gets the kill to Koala, but Kawez kills 2 and locks in the pistol for Furia.
And there's so little time. I mean, they can't even defuse after that point. So Kawez had that one already. Beautiful couple of kills there from him. Nice attempt here from Jimpat, who is soaring far above his regular Inferno performances with 4 frags, almost aced right there on the pistol. But I think still would have lost. Imagine 2 upsets today, Connor. Just imagine. 2
upsets? You're going to call that 1 pistol round into this series, Launders?
I know, just the speedo is so...
It's a weird one.
It's a weird one. It's interesting. It's crazy. Now, that being said, I mean...
shooketh.
Yeah, I mean, when MOUZ pick a map, I trust them. Like, if they're going to play a new map or a map they weren't great on, trust them to be able to figure that map out. If they want to open it up for playoffs, that'll be really good. And save some of their good stuff for later. It's just that these won't be free, you know, to play against Furia Academy, actually.
Right.
Series
they may have their hands full.
Yeah.
But you don't become the 3-peat champions without earning that belief. And maybe Desert Eagle's all they need. 5-7 from MHL also adds 1. Descending down from the balcony. Exertion holds off on that flank, M4 in hand. It's him and Jimpat to try and close this. Descenti plants tucked inside of the site. That's at least money secured and a weapon back up. Smoke grenade goes down in front of him, isolating these duels. He just has to push over the pistol. He gets around that mid-site box, but Exertion slowly squeezes. And with it, MOUZ win the force.
I didn't think they'd pull it off, but they did. They immediately win back. MHL with his 2 frags. And actually, what is that icon that's underneath the kills? Is that assists?
Where?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Kills, assists, death.
There's like a... It goes away now that we're in the next round.
Oh, I'm not sure then.
Yeah, but it has an extra orange icon when they get the kill. And then underneath that, there was something else that may have been assists for the current round, potentially.
I see what you mean.
Not sure exactly. We'll see again, I'm sure. But they, yeah, I mean, well, nice shots. Oh, well, that's pretty much all it came down to. They were all in the usual positions. FURIA could just not outduel them.
And with MOUZ NXT, sometimes that's what it boils down to. Bernino. Oh, he turns on the burner. It's a Mac 10 for the opening kill. AK still for Descenti.
This is good to get him out of Boiler. And they smoke out Arch as well. So CTs just don't have much vision. That is an awesome nade. Oh my god. Oh! A little scary for Exertion as they start to run at him. He's got a smoke to play off of, but he's behind it. Oh!
What?
Banger shot there from ZMB.
Just slides in, smashes his head open, and with it, 2-man advantage, plus an additional gun given into the hands of FURIA. In fact, with a FAMAS and a Galil, FURIA actually have better rifles. Oh my god, but Jimpat spams through the smoke grenade. That could be the invitation to get this retake going. They don't have a molly or a frag. That would have been perfect to try and chuck into the deep corner of the bomb site. Descenti has to play close on this, and there is just that smidgen of a gap, just enough for him to catch Shuhei on the last second of the cross. Despite all of this low HP versus FURIA, they force buy win right back.
Not bad. I mean, that was a nice round for Bruninho, right? He gets oh, okay.
Twice.
He gets the kill in Halls versus the MP9 swinging with his Mac 10, and then mollies out Shuhei in the Boiler. He reorganizes the rotations, and then they smoke out lane. They do a good job of like establishing bracket without actually going there, and that leaves just Exertion alone on the B site. So they made it a very uneven map, and for that reason, I think FURIA actually had a chance. So solid round overall, man. They've just been priced out of another investment. I mean, they do buy down. Not everyone spent all their money. 2M4s here.
Held back by Util. How many times back and forth are we going to ride this roller coaster? Right now they're getting drawn over towards those 2 M4s.
Yeah.
Smoke grenade on Exertion, so that could buy them even more crucial amounts of time while the apartments push comes through. So if we get this double back from FURIA off of that smoke, suddenly we've got MOUZ with a good amount of map control. MOUZ have done what they need to actually win this.
Oh man, another smoke as well. And they throw it nice and early. This is smart from Jimpat. They have to go through this eventually.
M4 here from Jimpat. Him and Exertion. Oh no, it's happening again. Koala is able to take a bit of the pressure off, but that flank comes through. Gun goes empty for Exertion.
Oh.
If only it had 25 shots.
Yeah,
Deagle
maybe.
tries to push in. Another smoke comes out from the T side, but there is a gap on that. Shane, primed and ready to strike down what's left of these 2 Ts. Peeks around, gets a little closer, but the jump up from Descenti makes the difference.
Wow, they survived that, man. I actually, because of the nerf, huh? That was yeah, a few more bullets there makes a difference for Exertion sitting in CT spawn. So maybe it does work. I can't believe they still lost all these spots. Yeah.
8 bullets. That's 2 kills. 2 kills with the magazine, doesn't get the third. Literally what makes the difference, right? That's the purpose it served.
It worked. This is what Gabe wanted.
So FURIA, they break through. Oh, Lord. Now 4 USPs and Jimpat solo deagle.
That's a cool USP. Does it have a FURIA logo on it?
Yeah. Stuck a little FURIA sticker in her.
What is it called? USP chalkboard?
I can't remember. It's cool though. It's got teeth on it. It's from the Dreams and Nightmares case.
Man, I feel like no one was excited about the case, but every time I see one of the skins, I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, they're cool. Can never please everyone.
It's true.
Whoa, Cowes. Nice. Holds on. Doesn't escape alive, but Descenti's there to get himself a couple of kills. So, very nicely done. That's exactly what you want, to just dismantle any little pistols. MOUZ trailing by 3.
God damn. FURIA Academy are playing CSGO.
Well.
They're playing the video game.
Did MOUZ lose to OG on this map?
No.
No? Okay.
It was overtime. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, they did.
They did.
It was the 50 or the Jimpat -1 kill game.
Ah, yes.
No. Well, they also lost to Imperial. Another Brazilian lineup. 16-4.
That's the gap in years of experience.
Jimpat top fragged with 11 kills.
Jane slightly flashed, and then the following flash is even better, but how the hell does Bruninho... That's crazy. Either he ate a bit of a flash himself or just somehow flicked past him. I'm not sure, but what's important is FURIA comes out man advantage until Exertion has his way with that kill towards top mid. MHL holding the gap on this, and Koala, if you think that's safe, you are lucky to have gotten by. Following smoke blocks that little bit of an opening, and that is just as Exertion joins his Opper on this side of the site.
nade work.
They just run right through, find that timing well enough, and Cowes continues with the spray for 2.
Whoa, another 1v2, 1 for Cowes with a beautiful spray. Uh-oh. Wow, the HE actually worked to clear out the graveyard, and then they had a great situation, but yeah, they got stopped. Man, this is a full buy, right? This is an investment with the op and play. Oh man, MHL misses that op shot too. That's all the chances he'll get. What's in the water today?
Oh, you know, just a little bit of FURIA. Drop or 2 of Cowes. MOUZ's legacy getting diluted. Quick clear of the backside. Nothing here. Look, it's free. A freebie. A 6th. The way of FURIA. I, for one, am very happy because we didn't get to watch the FURIA versus Astralis game. You know, we had to go to Lisbon. We didn't get to cast the last day of the regular season, or of the play-in. Now, well, now we can see it firsthand and in person. Koala shoots down 2 pistols. How many guys get out of here? CTs trying to fight for their lives. And Cowes just continues to pad those stats. AK will be held on to from exertion, but that is a 6-1 advantage. And the bomb takes down 2, so that was worth pushing those pistols in.
It was. It kept them close enough. Oh, wait, did they expand the bomb radius on B as well? Just the bomb in general? Or?
Both sides. Yep.
Oh, wow. They're killing everyone now.
There'll be a little recalibration phase. I was horrified. I played a game of Inferno the other day, and new update, I didn't know how far I had to run, so I just ran as far as I possibly could.
Yeah? Did it still catch you?
No, I got away.
Okay.
But it's just intimidating, you know? After all this time, you know exactly where you can and cannot save.
Yeah. It was like the update from
suddenly.
nowhere. I was like, who asked for this?
He hit that. Nice shot. MHL tracks ZMB on the jump across. No frag, though.
Well, they are coming up into the halls. MHL is starting to transition out, but he might think he has more of a timing here. They are so close. Looks like he won't get flashed in this position. I think. Uh-oh. Shane eats that. Oh, man. They destroyed him. Holy.
What? Another straight up gun round, and FURIA are just melting MOUZ. I think they're melting.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a strong attack, some good flashes, and they got Shane. Shane was supposed to protect MHL in that position, but he ate that stray. No, there's no chance to go for it. No hold to speak of. Wow. I mean, FURIA Academy didn't look super ready to play against prospects over on Nuke, but they still won. They played with heart.
I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Yeah, this is nuts.
I'm still holding my breath, but that is 7 out of the first 8, and yeah, about time for a timeout, I'd say, MOUZ.
And no money. With the next, well, okay, they can buy here. They already have their guns. I mean, Dust 2, who knows?
You saying no chance on Nuke?
Nuke, who knows? I mean, yeah, they did beat prospects. That is a very strong map, though, for MOUZ.
Sure.
There are
for sure
6 in a row.
I think it would also be foolish to write off what's left of MOUZ in even this first half.
That's true.
Okay. Time to wake up.
I don't know. This is a very good T side, though. I mean,
it is.
Everything their map control, their rotations that they're getting. I mean, they're kind of doing everything right. Like, it looks really good, I would say. Curious perspective. Wow,
that helps.
Yeah.
Appropriately timed.
They haven't just run into the stack site ever. They've just been very good about it. Game plan in terms of shutting off the information as well has been solid. Like, look at these smokes as they just go back to B, and this shoves exertion back, so it's pretty much perfect. MHL will be alone for a second, and they have to worry about the arch split. No, look for this, but look how slow they are. It's a great setup.
Ooh, nice double. Oh, that's 3. MHL gonna miss the shot at the 4th, but still so much damage. And knowing who else is on his team, that has to be enough. Chimpat, Shuhei, Shane just gotta close this 3 versus 2. Bruninho brings it back, though. He goes peeking deep into the CT spawn. Cowes comes off of that bomb plant, op in hand. Missed shot, falls back. Molotov held onto. And he's going to throw that right on top of the bomb, so it buys a good amount of time. Oh!
Oh, he legged him.
Okay.
Wow, that was close. That was the fight that Kawas wanted, but the jump on a fountain was just enough. Would have been actually very hard for Jimpats to swing with that, so... Wow, that was close. Nice hold from MHL. They just freeze up here. They shouldn't have done this. And, yeah, they were just like target practice, right? Beautiful shots, though. And this one of all shots he misses. Oh, what? That looked so good. Okay, that's unlucky. On land, it's his ace.
You know, that is the difference. If he's a LAN player, you know, not everybody comes into the Academy League LAN finals and delivers. Not everybody's Fuzi.
True.
That's a second. CT side recovery could begin here and now. Unless Killer Kawez has his way with things. Oh, CMB. Jimpat just kind of caught hopping and hoping he was able to cross. CMB comes through with the clear on the boost. Then MHL is into the mix. And with it, he kind of stuns them for a second. But they'll still get that plant at least. Putting a player on top of Highbox. Shuhei's got a Molotov for the back corner. Wall is just going to be able to still just keep this one tucked in. It's a desperate retake attempt if they want to go for it. Bomb already at the halfway point. Kawa is starting to flank around them, so he can just rack up costs. And now suddenly they feel stuck. They'll strike Kawez down. MHL catching another on the exit. And the CTs get out of here, but it is FURIA Academy again and again. That's an 8th terrorist round win.
Whoa, hit the damage all the way to the bottom of Banana. Was close, but they get away with 2. They win the round, and it was these entries out of ZMB, man. Wow. Very sharp. I mean, it's scary, but it's becoming terrifying here for MOUZ NXT. Jimpats just trying to get back to the site. I don't know if they were boosted or if you just spam the smoke.
Behind the box, he gets the one, but too many players follow suit through smoke. Nade could have been much worse if they had continued on, but they kind of stutter-stepped it, and better off for it. Another nade, not going to do anything. FURIA just a few feet further back.
Not a terrible situation. I mean, they have Banana in the 4v4. Some benefit to wait. What is that? Bruninho gets one. Did they even flash? I don't know if they did. Maybe it's a bait. They have 2 Deddy in the site now, hoping that he would get 1 kill. Surely they forget about one of these 2.
It's over. Shuhei. Ooh, yes. Him and Exertion combining for a nice solid sight hold. Kawez, though, on a bit of a tear as of late. 15 and 6. Landed some bangers in the play-in in order to even get FURIA here. The best Brazilian player in the league, I want to say. And now, about to get his 4th kill and close out this clutch, unless Shane has a chance to stop him. And, well, he's completely lost track of where Kawez gets off to. Kawez still has a ton of utility, so if the timer really comes down to it. But he's just going to stay tucked in. Shane looking the opposite end, and Kawez. Clinical execution. A 1v3, a 4K, and a 9th for FURIA.
Yeah, and another clutch. That's 3, actually, so far for Kawez in this half alone. That's beautiful. I mean, it's a really good attempt in the hold, right? With Shuhei being forgotten about, Exertion getting his kill as well. They couldn't ask for more right there. They decided to push and see if they get a kill. It doesn't work. FURIA back on money. There's still money here for MOUZ, but I mean, with this round, I mean, this could be like they were looking at like potentially a 12-3 half easy if they win this. Crazy.
Ooh, good flash there, but Shui doesn't get punished. Just kind of took a chance, a leap of faith, jump back blind.
Uh-oh. Well, they established a little bit here. The smoke is a little weird for them. Yankees can play behind it. But they make sure no one can get to Cubby. The CCs will kind of have to respect this, but they have deep B control as well. It's a hard situation, I think, to go and take back mid, so I can understand why FURIA Academy are just waiting and then potentially hitting B. But they window flash just to fake it. And then trying to pull that Jim Pat rotation. He's only got MP9. And they score it. Another good setup here for FURIA. What is that?
It's an open invitation.
Okay.
MHL. That one's made extra easy. 30 seconds. T's floating around these smokes. They're going to go for the boost, and Shuhei, he's right ahead of it.
Oh my
he
God.
looked away because Shane threw a flash. So he tried to play counter, but that was the exact moment that the player goes over top. You'd think that Shuhei had that. 20 seconds. They're on the perimeter of the bomb site. MHL missed chance. Shane wants to swing out, but he just puts his head on a platter, and then 3 kills come in from FURIA.
Woo! Oh, everybody missed. Oh, it was a little awkward. They pull out that boost as well in mid. And I mean, Shuhei could not see them, so it looked like he might have had vision, but he couldn't. And turned from that flash. They go up top. A nice move, and FURIA Academy. I mean, MHL's the only one to get a kill because they threw a bad smoke inside of middle. That's it. In the site, he misses. FURIA have run over them. And their setups have been really good, man. They once again gets 2 to go back to B. They have just enough players there to hit the site properly. They use all their nades correctly. Insane map here from FURIA Academy. Not what I expected at all.
Man, I thought FURIA maybe could put up a good fight. I didn't think they'd absolutely blow MOUZ out of the water.
Yeah, they're like clearly the better team, which is insane right now.
Oh. But Exertion got a little bit of X factor. One more? No. Cowes X's him out. 17 kills now off the back of that one. MHL is going to waste no time jumping out from alt.
And 2 1v2s and a 1v3, right?
Insane.
Wow.
Simply better. Unstoppable, in fact. As he just runs and tears straight through Jimpat. Koala shuts down Shuhei. MHL stretches for that AK in Descenti. He's not going to let it slip for free. Shane again. In an outnumbered situation, he has no business taking down. FURIA's T-side, phenomenal.
Seriously, I mean, outside of the clutches, which of course, you know, they do allude to the fact that MOUZ made those rounds competitive. They had, I don't think they have run into the overstack side a single time. I think they've taken bracket control very safely. MHL has had very little efficacy overall in stopping them. They got away with B. And MOUZ have been playing for info a lot. And yet they still are losing. So well. FURIA officially shooting for the 13-2.
Nice timing there from Shuhei. Very clean. Double headshot as well.
God damn.
And he still has 20 bullets in the mag. That's an A4 commercial right there.
Yeah, that's why he's the IGL, huh? He knows better.
Right? Just get better. We've been leaning on the A1S. It's a crutch. Firmino pops up, gets rocked by NHL, and MOUZ 3 rounds is what they're shooting for. While blinded, he'll connect that last shot. So here we go. MOUZ a little bit left in the tank as we get to the very, very tail end of this half. I'm still not any more impressed, though. You know, you can go ahead and win a 3rd round. In my mind, still as bad as an 11-2.
Yeah, we're talking about FURIA Academy of one win on the map. They beat Navi Jr. It was a good game, but They got pieced up by Young Ninjas, 7-16. I guess both parties' vetoes would have been hard to predict.
Senti, nothing extra added. So there is 3 and a potential for 4. But until we get to that second half, we're not getting any actual answers. No closure. Second pistol will decide how much of a half we really get. Okay, we talked about your top 10 list. Did Cowes make it?
He was number 3.
Okay, I remember you hyping him.
Yeah, I had him really high up, man. I mean, he's really unbelievable,
nailed that
isn't
one.
he? Yeah.
I mean, with the amount of clutches, that's, kills are one thing, but he's just straight up winning rounds for them. And ZMB combat off towards top banana. Chimpact gonna throw himself in, but then again, just tries to kind of, jump back into the cover. Bruninho, always good to be that next guy in. Always applying the pressure when it comes to the B entries, fighting into CT, etc. They'll have alt mid wrapped up, MOUZ, but they're leaning on Exertion to put up some kind of a B defense in the meantime. And with the utility down, he's just not going to have the space to do that. Senti deep banana peek. That's 2 kills back the way the counter terrorists. So they maintain man advantage damage as well into Koala, but you've got Cowes alive, which means you've got a clutch that could be kicking. And as the smoke fades, Exertion ends Koala up close. Cowes, while blind, and the fire doesn't spread to him. He goes off of his flash, catches a second up top. Cowes is a god! 3 kills in a 1v3 again.
But they didn't even know he was there. Man, Exertion, he died, and I don't know if they were both blind, but Cowes just timing shotted that. His teammates told him after you hit that shot, and he puts together another 1v3. 2 1v3s and 2 1v2s in one half. And they missed their quad molly as well. It's for the best. Look at the most exciting possible situation. And instant to the head, man. He's so clutch. Holy
smokes.
Smokes.
What a half, 21 and 8.
That's got to be one of the most impressive habs. 4 clutch rounds, man. And 21 and 8.
The pistol 1v2. Honestly, we could just run back highlights from this first half. It could just literally be Cowes. Damn. That is the clutch that FURIA would need to take down the likes of MOUZ NXT. Right? Somebody had to go above and beyond. Cowes absolutely delivers. Before we started this series, you brought up this kind of narrative of like the Cowes, the Cowes from season 3 to season 4 type vibe.
Yeah.
Like the fact that this is somebody who we have seen multiple seasons, but this season is just such a standout in comparison.
Yeah, he's jumped almost like 15 points, I think, from season to season. Now, just an absolute hard carry, insanely most consistent player. And just, one of the best, like a top 2 or 3 rifler by the numbers in the league. I mean, he's just insane. He's insane. He's really good.
Well, Cowes, you want to end this?
Kills? The lowest amount of kills in his last 5 maps is 20. The lowest.
The lowest.
Yeah. And it's already got 22 on this map.
Well, Glocks start to piece together kill. Oh my god, ZMB.
Come on.
2v4 turn 2v2.
Yeah, at least they can get that back. But they smoke mid out. Doesn't give the CTs anything to look at.
Pat on the cross. Nice time on the flash. Nice. Low HP for Bruninho. This should be him done for. It's going to have to be rock solid headshots and nothing else. While dodging every single Glock bullet that could come flying his way. Jim Pat on the coffins. Sure enough. Locks this one in for MOUZ. That's a 4th round win. At a chance at a T-side recovery.
just because it's MOUZ, you know, never over till it's over. But it just, like, already FURIA, their Inferno, there's nothing to look at that says, oh, they'd be really good at it. So they're already just playing better than they normally do. Plus, they do that all over the T side. And trying to look at Cowes on T side. There's just no questions. I mean, they had such good entry packs.
Oh, up point. What is that? Little USP to the head. Nade finishes him off. Power of the Zeus waits inside A site, but leave it to MOUZ to squeeze these rounds for all they're worth. And you do touch on something, right? Because it's MOUZ, it's not over till it's over. This would not be the first team who they absolutely soul crush with a comeback.
Yeah.
But Cowes is just godlike at the moment, above and beyond. So we'll watch this one round by round unfold. For now, it's USPs in the hands of Cowes. Good for, oh my god, 2 kills? Whether or not they win this, that's just costs racked up against MOUZ NXT. Excellently done from Cowes, making the impossible look probable.
He's actually better overall. So first of all, he's played 18 maps, which is the highest in the entire league. I think he might be technically the best rifler in the whole league based on that alone. 5 more maps than Exertion has played, who would be the only guy rated higher with a rifle in his hand. And yeah, his T side is even better than his CT side, which that is something that when you find a player who does that, and that's usually where people fall off, and it's okay, right? So that's pretty impressive.
Ooh, nothing else. Last second USP attempt. 2 survivors. So a little dent in the economy and a buy-in from FURIA.
Yeah, it's expensive round there for MOUZ.
Worst thing possible would be a wasted Cowes carry to this degree if everybody else can't put up numbers. You know, Cowes is doing so much on that T side that it's hard to keep up the kill count. Now, we got to see the other pieces of FURIA come together.
Can they avoid him?
Not if he runs at them. He goes straight in for the alt mid fight. Oh my god.
He gets damage off, yeah. That is a thing about him too. When he's playing well, it's only impact kills because he's playing extremely aggressive. So
right now ZMB is kind of stuck.
He can get out.
Gets away. Yeah. They got him out.
Best decision they could make there. They would slowly lose that. Annoying for MOUZ right here, FURIA just gambling.
Here comes the pack. MOUZ setting their sights on this B site.
Yeah. Bernino still has a smoke. And MOUZ have not done much this round to bait out utility, so there it goes. Looks like they'll have to come through this.
At the very least, Cowes is not here. What can his teammates put up in the meantime? There's an opening one from Koala through the smoke. Finishes what Cowes started in alt mid. Jumping Exertion and Shuhei at the front of all that. Third CT still looking for his impact, but he can't quite get it. Now, it's low health Shuhei. 60 on Exertion. Kawa still alive and kicking. Retake now needed. Descenti, gets owned by MHL. A very quick headshot to come through before the other CTs are in position. And because they're not in position, they don't want to justify this retake attempt. MOUZ have broken through.
Yeah, they had to go through a lot of pressure. They had 3 CTs waiting for them. They sacked the right site. They had to run through that late smoke as well. So there was definitely a million ways to lose, but Exertion got a key frag, I think, while he was jumping up into the site. So, not the most promising round, honestly, for MOUZ NXT, but enough to keep him in the game, I guess is the best way to put it. They have enough money to buy, and they can try to stabilize here, as FURIA now will be out themselves, but they still have 2 rifles up from the last round. Oh, maybe not, actually. The investment is here for FURIA. Keep that pressure on. They've only got 2 sets of utility. One on either site.
A lot of forward-facing pressure here from FURIA. That's going to get them logs control. 3 players ready to fight on Banana. You want to hit B site again? It's going to cost you. I love this change up. Yeah, exactly. FURIA trying to hang on here. The lineups come through. Oh, that's 2. And a bunch more damage in from Bruninho. But ultimately, those first 2 kills are so free. Can they justify a retake? It's low health Exertion, low health MHL.
Wow, they had another round there. They stack up perfectly. They have all good spots. They could have easily melted down MOUZ, but MOUZ did better right there with the entries. So there is actually no chance for the CTs to go in for this. But, I mean, I like it, man. I mean, we saw FURIA Academy as well on Overpass. On their CT side, there was one half they had, you know, like 15 different setups. And a lot of them were unique to them. Like, I hadn't even seen other teams try them. And I think this was the case as well here on Inferno, where they were playing kind of every good position on Inferno and hoping that the walk-up would come from MOUZ, and it did. So it's one where you're like, okay, we won, but kind of annoying that we ran into all these players here for MOUZ. But once again, it is just a round that keeps them in the game, and that's what's most important. But you play out a round like that or the previous one enough times, I mean, FURIA will come out ahead eventually.
Impact finds a little bit of safety within that util pressure, but behind the utility pressure only lies the 2 M4s. Cowes versus Exertion in Boiler Room. He's got CMB. Oh, there's a gap on the smoke. Oh, no. CMB thinking the whole thing's blocked, and sure enough, that's just an easy opener.
Oh, maybe they should throw good smokes.
Maybe they should.
Yeah.
Cowes chucks one back in. Tries to slide through Boiler. The AK is better than every M4.
It needs a nerf. Well, is this enough leverage for MOUZ NXT?
They're going to do it, aren't they?
Maybe. I mean, they didn't. Those last 2 rounds are not great, but I think if they both win those and learn from them at the same time, of course, they have pulled off bigger comebacks, but at this round it'll be a 4-round game. See if they pull it off. Koala is still here with the rifle on the site.
Shane through the doorway first. Gives himself a smoke. Finishes Exertion. That little 10 HP left over from the first M4. Koala, point blank, up close, is the op of MHL. And MHL's opping, I feel like, has been pretty impactful. We're talking about a T-side Inferno, and he's landing shots. He's climbing that scoreboard. Now even 14 all. Bernino just left to save. So this is an 8th. A 4-round lead is all Furia will have left over from what was that stellar start in the first half. It starts to evaporate.
Maybe they will have to work hard. I think this round will be telling. Whoa, Big just beat FaZe.
Excuse me?
I mean, everyone can beat. They just beat FaZe Clan. 2-1. Well. Looks like everyone's destroying FaZe these days.
I think it should be mandatory that anybody who wins a major has to take 3 months off.
And how would you have an era?
Once you come back, you're better.
But then you have to win. I mean, you can't win individual tournaments to get an era. You have to have a major and some events in a row.
Okay, era's overrated.
Era is overrated. Okay.
Yeah, era's overrated. So win a major, walk away, and then come back and keep winning. That's what I want.
Okay. That just shows how impressive Astralis were, because they did both have an era and did that. And they came back and won Berlin.
And they did. Killing all the hopes of North America and Team Liquid in the process. We've never been the same since.
No. That was the last good time.
But then we bought Cloud9. Now it's good again. And advantage turns MOUZ back towards B.
Well, they've got a couple.
Yeah, I was going to say one smoke is all they have, and Cow is a little late on throwing it, so while he hits the dink on the spam, Bernino in the back of the site, ooh, goes out, kills Exertion, ends what Cow has started on Shane, Shuhei with the trade, and ZMB hot on the op, trying to get into position. Kawez and him both ready to press up on the side of Coffins. Banana control inevitably will belong to Decenti. There is so much utility as well here for Furia that you would think this is finally their chance, right? It's not a man disadvantage and the retake. It's a 4 versus 2 that they need to get going. But they're a little slow.
They are slow. They still at the same time halftime. They've just got to get going.
Maybe slow with intention. MHL pinned into this position, lands that first one, peeks with the pistol, op back out, and oh, he hits the guy in the back. A quick kick grab from Decenti. He gets on top, and it's going to be close. So dangerously close.
Wow.
Oh, he gets it.
Whew. Oh, that came down to the wire. They waited so long for the banana guy to walk his way up, and that dude was just strolling all the way up banana. Looked like it was actually going to be a problem, but they do it within a second. 4v2, maximum amount of effort, but they close it out, and they head up 4v2 to begin with. That's another just two good kind of KPIs here for Furia Academy. So timeout will be called for MOUZ, as they have put up a strong few rounds, but immediately get entered back on the following bye. They've just been in disadvantaged situations too often to really say they're going to be able to keep it up. And they nearly put that together, but they don't have a Kawez.
Milliseconds. Milliseconds.
Seriously.
Come on, Furia. Don't let it get that close. That's the first CT round win on the board. Ooh. Okay, Koala tries to play the smoke push game. Shui stuffs him up close. And it's a 5v4 for MOUZ right out of the gate.
It does feel like the pace has changed a lot coming from half one to half two. Man, they're worried about so many things right now. This is obviously not a great setup from FURIA. Look, they're watching CT spawn as the attack is coming in through A. Poor Kawaz. Should I say poor Kawaz or should we say poor MOUZ NXT? He's on the right site. He's only got this one gun.
Oh yeah, no headshot.
Kill.
And with that, no chance. FURIA, oh, the life is slowly being sucked from their souls, Launders.
Yeah, I mean, that's only one round, right? The last, like, 5. Pulled that last one out. Suddenly back to losing. This would be 6, yeah. This would be pretty tragic. But at least there's a save here for FURIA. They've set themselves up so nicely that, I mean, if they even look confident for a short period of time, they can pull the win out. I haven't totally lost faith. And they're up, 13-9. Certainly doesn't feel like a big lead anymore. But I want to say it still should be enough. I, in fact, still believe. What about you?
I want to see more of those banana hits. I want to see that deep logs control again. FURIA came in and looked like they, had decisions. That decisiveness tested here towards top A. Shui comes through with 2.
Oh, they just
the leader.
Change. Yeah, they start 3B. They're locked up. Uh-oh.
MOUZ.
Yeah, MOUZ don't waste time here.
You just can't kill the kings.
Man.
You can't do it. You can bruise them. You can bloody them up a little. But you got to be the very best. And FURIA Academy's CT side right now, despite showing us, innovation, showing us depth, it's just all of a sudden MOUZ's players look that much sharper.
They didn't hit their shots at first in 2 really good setups. And now their setups are bad. And they're kind of in the wrong spots. Or their MOUZ are just running at them where they have 2 players alive. So there's another round where they save 3. It's the first indication that they've, of course, stacked the wrong place. So, well, double digits. Was that their chance at the beginning of the half? Who do you think Big are cheering for right now?
I think Big are cheering.
Sorry, fnatic.
Fnatic? I think Fnatic. Imagine Fnatic versus MOUZ in the lower bracket. Ooh.
Technically, we're closer to that than the other option.
Technically, right, but I don't. If we're speaking technicallys,
Dust 2 is the 3rd map. That's all I'm gonna say.
We're not getting 3 maps is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
MOUZ come back on this one and then destroy them on Nuke. FURIA. An amazing season. An amazing season. Exceeding all expectations. All previous FURIA rosters would have dreamed to be in this place. They come out swinging with a ridiculous first 15. And then MOUZ remind them who's boss. I think that's the world we live in. But FURIA, they've done such a good job that they also still get a little bit of a benefit of a doubt. Just a little bit. It's slipping. Those nades could have killed Jimpat if thrown just a second later. Nice push through the smoke. Shuhei was blind as a bat. ZMB's here to support. That's a sick flick up over top of the half wall. And now they're getting dangerous. They're peeking, they're fighting, they know what they want, and that tenacity, well, that tenacity just paid off. ZMB with 3. They win the clash, down banana, and give themselves 14.
They do the pirouettes. They pull that together. They just play aggressively. They just go early, and I think that makes sense. A couple of these times, they played back at the top of banana. Yeah, there's some elements of randomness, of course, when they're running around like this and peeking, but a beautiful shot from ZMB. That wants to try to bait him into shooting. Ends up just costing him Exertion's life. And just a great round overall, right? ZMB, not the most amount of kills, but he hit some fabulous entries on T side as well.
Shuhei, how dare you? Phase a smoke, catch Koala, jump it. What these CTs doing, man? Hopping around like that.
1 health for Shuhei.
Dangerous game. Nino tries to get back into the oranges. ZMB's here to help with flashes. It's a nice clean M4 kill. Snaps it up into what was left of Shuhei. ZMB slides through with an op shot. And a second into the brains of Jimpat. How about a third? A quick scope up close. Furia's 15.
God damn, now he's climbing, man. 16 and 14. I think he was at like 10 and 14. That was a nice round from ZMB. Some great flashes to support Bruninho on the peak as well. Yes, Shuhei came above on second oranges. That was the right play, but he only had 1 health. So Bruninho shot him in the toes, took him out, and then put that together. 15. Dust you decider.
Okay, now. MOUZ would like to remind you of a little thing called overtime.
Yeah.
Of which its chances have suddenly shrunk. Jimpat burns to the fire of Bruninho. MHL's on 8 health, but still delivering kills. He's got Kawez over top of him. Kawez is going to come clear underpass from the other side. Perfectly played. Kawez a little too sharp. And now it's Shuhei's turn to try and 1v2. Kawez has had far too many clutches this game to let this slip. This carry is not in vain.
And he gets back to pit early.
Locks in a position, and with it should lock in map 1. A T side that was just way too damning.
Let's see. Let's see if Shuhei walks graveyard here. Because if he does go up top, he wins.
Ooh,
and it looks like he's figuring. Oh, wait, maybe not.
He doesn't. Oh, he doesn't. And Kawez could sense him coming, but the Grim Reaper peeks out from pit and ends the hopes of MOUZ's little comeback. Simply too many clutches. Kawez, 2 1v2s, 2 1v3s, and that was just in the first 15.
Man,
they
I didn't expect
sides and they end it.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be the conversation, but the better team won. Like in the, I think it was the OG Academy game or whatever it was. All the 1vx's, there was no chance for MOUZ to play, even though they were doing well. But in this game, I mean, Furia's T side outside of the clutches, everything was so solid. The entries were really good, and then on CT, even put up their, best possible ideas in the setups. They multiple times had MOUZ run into their 3-player stacks when MOUZ not a single time were able to avoid that in the first half. So honestly, it's crazy, but genuinely, I think Furia were just a better team and they won. Game gets marginally close in the end. Maybe Furia are a little nervous, but who wouldn't be? They still closed it.
Yeah, it's an intimidating place to be in, right? Your first time within playoffs versus the 3P champions. You get everything you'd hope for in a T side. Oh man, this 1v3 as well from Kawez. God, that was so
crazy.
Sick.
Yeah.
Just next level performance out of him, proving why you yourself put him in the top 3 of the league. Why statistically he's up there for Brazil. And it's just such an impressive, turn from Season 3 to Season 4. Just such a marked improvement. One that has built up the pieces of Furia enough to at least win on Inferno. But of course, we've got Nuke up next. And Nuke could be another story. This is a map MOUZ have played since, the dawn of their era. And, well, if FURIA were nervous about Inferno, they'll have a reason to be nervous on Nuke up next.
Yes. Yeah. Cool map. I don't know. I thought MOUZ would win this map. I think they should win Nuke. But FURIA are playing the best CS at the perfect time. We're just trending right up in the playoffs. Map up over MOUZ in a best of 3. That's insane.
Intense.
Sky's the limit.
An intense situation where, the play-in was no fluke. A continuation from it in their opening map of the playoffs. But, Dust 2 Decider. Maybe that's what they'll need if Nuke itself won't be enough. But we'll be back, folks. We've got a map of Nuke coming up next where MOUZ should be able to extend the series, but they also should have ended FURIA on Inferno. So we don't know what we're getting into, but we're definitely coming back in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. It's playoffs here for the WePlay Academy League season numero cuatro. And we're nice and deep. Second best of 3 of the day. One map up. We got Brazil in victory lane on Inferno. And now we take it to Nuke. Now, MOUZ, no chumps on Nuke. So why is this going to map 3?
Why is it going to map 3? Because MOUZ are on a win streak on Nuke. And they are very good on the map. I mean, they have quality wins over quality opponents. But FURIA Academy beat Prospects on Nuke.
Ooh.
And they did it in overtime after a huge comeback. And it went above the map pick, I think, with their performance. Like, it was more than that, okay? Last game, we saw fnatic Rising probably not play as good as they should have. And I think the same can be said for MOUZ NXT on that first map. So I think they're probably tilted. I think they'll obviously probably still win Nuke, MOUZ NXT. But I mean, it's a very strange veto, right? Like, they had the chance to get Vertigo, Mirage, and they end up on Dust 2, which is not really a promising look for MOUZ NXT. So you have to wonder if veto will catch up to them. It's the only map they don't have a win on. And they wanted to go here.
So bizarre. You know, I feel like you could have gotten away with this if it was going to be one of MOUZ's best days, right? If everybody comes in, shows us why they are the 3-peat champions, shows us their very best quality of CS, then you could play on any map, and I think you're going to beat FURIA, sort of. You know, I think we could have envisioned that. It's the fact that now this veto exists, and additionally, man, look, it's so hot. Not compared to the likes of Cowes, you know, but Cowes on Nuke. How did he do in the Prospects game? Do we remember?
It was okay. I mean, it was like 20-something kills. It was actually Bruninho, I think, who had pulled over 30.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the Prospects game, that was a pretty favored towards Prospects over on Nuke for them. So it's just like they're playing super well, way better than even the regular season. FURIA are pulling out all these big wins. I feel like I would obviously say MOUZ will win Nuke, but maybe they can make it scary or something.
50% pistol round win, 38 to that of FURIA. Statistically, we lean the way of MOUZ, but we're supposed to lean that way all the time. Okay, I want the 3-peat legends to wake up, Lunders. That's what I'm looking for.
Right.
Okay. If somebody finally defeats them, like this is a MOUZ NXT that I think big beats, just spanks maybe. You know, I want to see if MOUZ are going to go down. If they're going to lose hold of that crown, then I want it to be the same MOUZ that was able to win these 3 seasons back to back to back. But they've looked pretty mortal. And an opening map loss to FURIA Academy doesn't bode well for the chance of them to get 4 in a row unless they wake up. So Nuke could be an absolute turnaround. There's no doubt in my mind that they could just turn around here, and then suddenly you've just got to win a potentially troublesome Dust 2. But let's see how things go down in Cedar Creek, folks. We're about to get real nuclear. And we've got, of course, MOUZ on the T side, waiting for the pistol to go live.
I am hyped to see what the Dust 2 game plan is. Very much so. And FURIA starts CT side, which is where they made the comeback last time. So I think this is here where, I guess, MOUZ NXT can prove that there's just no chance. Like, if they have they go positive in round and stick it to FURIA's CT side, that'll be very hard for them in the second. And this could also be a symptom of the fact that some of these teams, you know, they haven't played every day. They had a small break like we did. So they might be in the process of unrusting.
Picking off the gunk. Luckily for them, playoffs not playing. Double elim, not cutthroat. Quick drop down into the vents. We got ZMB backside already. Shuhei did not expect that one. And Jimpat wasn't able to trade it. Cowes wants to get down vent. It's a bunch of backs turned, but with his shots now, the mini player is meant to succeed. Exertion eventually gets that kill. Bruninho, in the meanwhile, he's found himself another frag, and so it's FURIA with the pistol round at least.
You won't get a FURIA Academy logo if they win this map.
I will not. I'm a changed man. I'm no longer, no longer about the gamble.
Okay. What's your favorite logo in the league?
Spirit Academy, I think.
Oh, yeah. Right.
It's a really cool one. So scout into Galil. Force by bounce back, maybe. Exertion drops the top mini with that Galil. And the scout's already dead, so see you later, MHL. Quick pickup for Descenti. Galil comes into the action. They know about the scout, of course, behind red. Ooh, Jim Pat. Gonna prove why he gets to swing that. But he'll be dinked and dead by Descenti, so the 2-0 comes through for Furia.
At 2-0 with 3 up. And the rebuys coming through solid. No quota of kills met here by MOUZ. And no real investment here in round 3. Let's see if they can at least score a plant. It was a good idea on that pistol round, but ZMB's rotation was so good. I mean, he was down there in the back of the site just as they were opening decon door. They had no idea it could be there that fast. They thought they pulled something off.
Little gap in vision here. Koala just waiting for a chance to throw the smoke.
If they watch that Prospects game, they know that Koala did this every single round. And it worked. He did it every round because they never stopped him. So that one way that he plays this site.
Ooh, that nade. Very good.
Money.
Exactly what he's looking for. Ooh, I thought Exertion had it.
Me too.
Little slow hold, waiting for the peak. T-side, very patient round. They milk it for a minute. Shuhei still hanging on to the Zeus, but nah, doesn't connect. No tase for him, not today. 3-0. Furia started off well, but now the guns come through. Let's see it.
I wonder if the Season 4 champions are in this game right now.
They could be.
They could be.
They could be. Only 4 teams left. Never did we think that Furia Academy were going to be one of them.
Yeah. Ooh, deep lobby control.
Exertion all the way down secret. Uh-oh. That's not what you're hoping for.
Off the last there.
Exertion can't double down on it. Ooh, Shuhei inside of the vent. He gets Bernino and Koala as they try to trickle down into the B hold.
Oh,
they know about Descenti.
I mean, it's great for Descenti, but...
Just peering over it. It burns itself out. He's waiting for that Shuhei peek. Meanwhile, he loses the bomb site. MHL climbs out through the control windows. Cow is not
is on the silo.
Shane's still in lobby. Ooh, they're starting to trickle down. Are they? Are they going up? Yeah, Shuhei gonna get them out with that flash. So, good job. Get away from Descenti. Yeah, that's the right call. Perfectly done. Very nice. Very cerebral, right? This is what we're gonna come to expect from MOUZ. Very clean mid-round moments on Nuke.
Definitely. Some good kills from Shuhei to help kind of steer the ship. So Furia are kind of left guessing. They scrambled right there. I mean, they tried to drop down vent right away, playing super fast, but mostly into the hands of MOUZ NXT. Nades weren't perfect from the MOUZ attack, but it still is fine. 4 up, no retake.
Top shelf CS out of MOUZ that round. Sized up the situation, had vent control, held, pause. You know, it's just they're just deep breaths the whole time. No panic, full control, full awareness. I feel like they could offer us a lot more like that on this T side. So it's going to take Furia's absolute best to take this series. Smokes on the cross. We get 3 players behind them and 2 back towards lobby/roof. 8 damage versus Descenti doesn't make his job any easier, but it's not him downstairs this time. It's ZMB from the double doors.
Yeah, they're a bit quick to let go of grenades. ZMB's in a fine spot with the squeaky control, so see how this plays out. They have ramp as well. This could come down to ZMB.
A shot. He tries to come back at it.
Oh, God,
and
no.
Sure enough, too many players. Too many dangerous peeks at that point.
Yeah, I should have got out of there.
Koala tries to run down.
Ooh.
By the time he gets there, he gets opted out of this. So sure enough, another one where MOUZ just squeeze. Just that little mid-round moment where they squeeze what they want out of the round. And now it just becomes about hunting down what's left of Furia. 2 guys on top of Hut. Spotted. First one dealt with. Cowes also knocked out of this round. 5 alive for MOUZ. Excellently played.
Yeah, well, the shots were pretty easy, unfortunately. ZMB just missed 2 chances, and they gave him 2 kind of shoulder peeks as well, instead of using utility to get him off the angle. So he also ended up just 3 peeking, you know, in the most egregious way possible, which has got to be more careful if he's going to op in that position. But they'll be happy to win despite that. I really don't think he needs an off, though. I think he's been pretty good with rifle and honestly with a deagle.
ZMB going deep. Exertion. Better be ready. Oh, he's got grenades out. Drops the flash. He still has a chance here. Unlikely as he goes back for another grenade play. Didn't know what he wanted to do, what he was being shot by, or where from. Koala pops up. Misses the chance at the Deeg. Has to fall through the fire. But at least is still alive. And Descenti tasked with hanging on to Hell. 1 player through the smoke already. Shuhei, even though he starts taking damage, still connects with the quick headshot. So there's still a chance for MOUZ despite that opening kill going the way of Furia.
How many players are back here right now? I guess there's 2 retaking the ramp area. Ooh, they have this box. That's too much to deal with. Nice kills from Shane.
Nasty.
I mean, surely they take this one downstairs. We'll see. Maybe not. They always have the chance to run back. Pernino's got a catch-all position, but Shuhei's got a better angle, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, they'll just kill him. So no one
they look
saves.
so good in these mid-rounds, man. Leaving Shane behind the boxes. Jimpat not peeking backside too soon. Making sure that Shuhei comes through mini first. It's just, you can just tell the expertise here. 3 rounds in a row, I think they've just put it on full display.
Yeah, but what if ZMB didn't miss?
You know that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Valid.
I miss.
Now they're gonna have to play with just weaselly pistols. Just absolutely destroyed Jimpat from above. Koala. Yes. That's an AK robbery. but another round, of course, for MOUZ.
Koala's been an interesting addition to the team. Didn't really do much, I think, to talk about in that first game, but I think a lot of maps this season. We've been mentioning Koala. Thought he was like a top 2 performer along with Kawez, but I think he's everyone's living in the shadow of Kawez, unfortunately. But he wasn't here last season, and it feels like it's the roster move that has kind of cemented this team, getting everybody that they need, basically, with Koala finally. You think he's Australian?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. ZMB, dangerous game, brother. But I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
Wow.
This is nasty. If it works. Oh! And he eats the flash, gets the kill. Door is blocked for a moment by Kawez. They hold on to this
front.
little bit of control they have. Okay,
Eats the
Shuhei.
flash. Wow.
Waiting for the fallback. Exertion looking to hold them in. Sure enough, Kawez doesn't even expect it. Backs up. ZMB does the same thing, and his op is making a world of difference this round. So, of course, everybody's known solution. Throw the op through Squeaky.
Yeah, the disrespect right there. Let's go get Squeaky control. It's like as soon as MOUZ throw their nades, he just disrespects it. So he had the exact right read. No one was in Squeaky. And once that op is off in the corner, he's in a very good spot. And Kawez came right there in time to help him, just with the 1 kill. Ah, final frag 4 actually for ZMB. Pretty nasty stuff. It's all him, man. It's all him. He could have waited behind that smoke, no problem. So much money though from MOUZ NXT. Didn't miss this time.
Koala doing what he does.
Will he ever die doing this, I wonder?
I don't think he should. It's really a part of his identity.
Yeah.
Oh, spam was almost there for Jimpat. He throws the flash out and then comes through. Sick. Uses the box to block it from flashing him. So that's Jimpat knowing the trajectory real well. High pressure play. And it gives FURIA a 4 versus 3 regardless. But a little bit of ramp control loss. Not going to be a problem if ZMB tucks in. They keep 2 inside the A site. And Descenti all the way back in CT spawn. Lots of footsteps. Kawez draws their attention, and that primes Bruninho perfectly to just shoot down those other 2. So there we go. FURIA starting to put something together here on the defense, but they've still got so much money to chew through that MOUZ, they're going to be all right. Yeah, it's not emergency mode just yet.
Yeah, 2 players over 10K on that last round. So a lot left in the bank. Yeah, another good one, man. I mean, they have a decent setup upstairs. MOUZ, they try to put a lot of pressure on Mini while they exit through a hut, but Bruninho is so smart to just get up on top of the hut. And they're just not playing scared, which is a good sign. I mean, I think if they play standard, they probably lose. If they try some different stuff, maybe they have a chance. This could be a very good position for ZMB if they are faking outside pressure. Oh, but they're coming. Descenti will take first contact. No second shot in. Shane opens up ramp at the same time as well.
Things getting a little bit perilous here for FURIA. Need an answer now. Missed shot from Descenti. That won't be what he's hoping for. All the while, outdoors seems sketchy, but Kawez comes through with the mini kill. Descenti could catch Exertion coming over the ramp. Sure enough, we've got man advantage back the way of Furia. And now Jimpat suddenly feels a little lost in the sauce as Descenti goes back towards ramp. Jimpat's chance at a clutch. Now, this is a guy that we talk about when it comes to clutching in the Academy League. It's been a little while. Time to deliver. Descenti's still in hell and 2 scoped in at the moment, but the wall... oh, man. Dangerous game right there.
Well,
Descenti goes all the way over towards ramp.
Yeah, I mean, Jimpat, with how fast he is, you think Descenti's going to have his guard down for a bit. But does he want to go up into heaven or flank the ramp? Well, he just saw Descenti, who's now pushing in through the lobby. And the CTs join hands here, then suddenly they can watch flanks, but it looks like Jimpat's going to try to go upstairs. He has a molly for the hut, so he knows that where they've rotated over. I assume he's going to do that so he can plant. Time. Oh, there's no one actually in the hut, so
holds it.
Yeah.
Now that molly comes out for heaven. He tries to run around, and we've got Bruninho just locked in on him the entire time. So it's a bomb plant for Jimpat, but nothing beyond that. Furia, 6-4 CT side.
It is. Shoot him up. Damn, I mean, that was good awareness from the Oppers, especially Descenti. The 2 kills he got. I don't know how if he saw Exertion earlier, or if he just knew that that's like a lurky thing that he tries to do. But either way, he hit 2 hard shots, one on the ramp, one on Exertion outside. And that's pretty much where the odds went way down for MOUZ NXT. And they have finally gotten to a place where, MOUZ don't have money left over. It didn't seem possible, but this would be their last buy. Looked like some noise was made there. Brave duel to take for Descenti.
Yeah. A little cross-map rifle fight.
Exertion still exists.
ZMB on the hunt. Oh, yes!
That was fast.
Snaps it down into Exertion's head. There's so much presence here for the CTs outside. I mean, this could be a huge clash right on the side of the mini smoke. Descenti keeps it easy. Another one caught in the open. Secret completely clamped down on. And it is only Shane left over. So perfectly done from Furia. Just playing the numbers outdoors and getting all those duels exactly when they expect them. Poor Shane caught with the knife out. Furia, a CT side on the recovery.
That's crazy. I mean, what happens now? They've done so well. They won 3 rounds in a row versus full buys for MOUZ NXT. So finally, MOUZ don't have enough money to fully invest. And they've also let Furia collect some extra bucks. I think, they'll have to wait this one out. That's pretty insane. Nice game so far from ZMB. Him and Descenti taking turns opping. Nine rounds away, Scrun.
9.
9.
From pushing MOUZ down into the Fnatic Rising versus MOUZ elimination game.
Oh my god.
Where suddenly the 2 teams representing Group B are at the top of the playoffs. When we thought they didn't really stand a chance once they got out of that side of the bracket. Can you? Oh, we're not there yet. 9 rounds.
It's hard to imagine.
This one should come easy. Furia gunning for 5 in a row. 8 on the board. Oh, that's kind of ugly. Exertion finds that little bit of a gap. It's just the Galili swing, and Bruninho drops down into the site. That's the picked up AK. Koala very quickly on a flank here through hut. Oh, he's got that bomb fully exposed. Stops it in its tracks. Then gets back into the cover. A dangerous game to peek out from vent like that. And ZMB just draws MHL down into the hell alongside him. Exertion still tearing it up. 3 kills to his name. And Koala gets through Mini.
What a sneak. Wow, he's so fast to heaven now. I mean, Exertion could go squeaky to lower. Looks like he's going to try to appear from the right side. This could be the play as well. Exertion doesn't show himself for the moment. And he's thinking about if it could have gone lower. Now he knows the bomb's planted backside. I think he's kind of forgotten about Koala, at least how fast he could be here. Exertion will wrap. And oh my God, he'll die. Wow, Koala. What a round, man. What a crazy round. The fact that he
could have even wrapped Heaven. Like, that would have been like the next level. But he decides not to waste. That could have also given a chance for Exertion to get off of sight.
Yeah, it's true.
So instead, he comes back, which I think could have been a little more predictable. But Exertion still thinking it had to have been lobby.
Yeah, I think he obviously made the right play, and
sick move.
You know, he felt like he had more time. I think he also thought, okay, well, they could sneak down the vent right beside me, and also Exertion doesn't know that he snuck into that mini smoke, so it still opened up a timing for him to do that. Pretty crazy, hectic round. I mean, with the amount of pistols coming through, the upper hold wasn't that great, but everybody else held on.
And we're getting to that part of the half where it's like round win's a round win.
Yeah, exactly.
Money's still good for the CTs. Cash is still behind it, even in the next one. Exertion trying his absolute damnedest with that single Galil. Back into the pressure. Oh!
Oh, the dink.
CMB goes hard through Trophy. Kills a guy deep lobby from ramp. Shane. Oh, face full of Cowes up close. And then we go back to what was originally the Dink versus Exertion. Shuhei kind of pressured from both sides here. Not the nicest spot to be stuck in. Descenti catching him as he goes back towards Vent. Exertion trying to clamber over top into Heaven. Descenti would have heard that missed jump, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it looks like you may have. Nothing else to look at. They have ZMB in the hut as well, so everything covered. Comes down to Exertion can get the kill. He's only got 16 health. Jimp will spot one for Exertion. That's the most he can do there.
Doesn't need to look away. He's got this one. Flash comes out to confirm it.
Oh,
and then the op headshot from ZMB just over top of that ledge. That's 9.
Yeah. Man, he's on a heater. This is a ridiculous game. Coming off the Inferno is one thing. Doing this on Nuke, that's another. There aren't too many weaknesses. You know, I think MOUZ have had a really hard time. They're not exactly crossing outside for free. They're not getting into ramp for free. Their upper holds are decent enough, and most of the time they're actually quite good. And all these late rotations upstairs are exactly where MOUZ are trying to play into. And just the amount of attention they're giving to Squeaky, I love that.
All kicked off with ZMB taking the op through Squeaky for a 3K.
Right.
That's how much love they showed it. Ooh, he tried to play ahead, but Exertion a little too quick. However, Bruninho, at the very least, there for the 4v4. Spotted again. Koala. Oh, he's hanging on, but barely.
Oh, he got it.
There's the op in from Descenti. MHL keeps the trades going.
What a shot. I mean,
Cowes quick on the heels of the trophy push. MHL holding for this exact flank as he just stays tucked in ramp box. Cowes about to walk in, but MHL, he turns his attention. The timing. Oh, it works out for Cowes.
And he smoked off the rotation.
Flanker. He gets through in time. Oh, but Shuhei still just tracks the headshot. And we've got Bruninho versus Shuhei, 1v1 for either double digits FURIA or a 5th to MOUZ.
He's in a good catch-all position right now if Shuhei goes up to Heaven. So Bruninho will want. If Shuhei takes a while, he'll be worried about the hut flank. So he's going to go check on that. Chance to plant, of course. Problem for Shuhei is he doesn't know where Bruninho was, but he was spotted. No silent drop, but I don't think he was heard. Plant will go down back sight. And Bruninho kills him. Wow.
Oh, he kills him all right.
Yeah,
he kills him, and he kills him, and he kills him a little bit more. Oh, the clutches today are all Furias.
Seriously.
And a little bit more.
They're locking it down. That one's unfortunate for MHL. But he did still have a chance to shoot back. And now it is the last round here. And this was the quota for FURIA Academy. On their comeback, they put up 11 CT rounds. So, you know, I don't know. I don't think T-side is going to be that impressive, but this is, I mean, this is
Grit.
Still insane to get 11-4 over MOUZ.
Pushes on the other side. Oh, he gets the dink on the fadeaway.
He's going back in.
Yeah, because he knows he's low. He knows he's got the advantage, but he loses track of Shuhei, so that push is going to cost him. Still alive and kicking, gets over towards Secret. Shuhei, 1 health. Jesus, that jump almost killed him. One single point of HP and 3 other T's in lobby. Bruninho doesn't wait. AK versus Galil. He wins that duel point blank. Shane waiting for the push on the other side. How many more players want to come through Hut? Kawes decides he's also going through. And it's a 2v2 with low health for Shuhei still.
Yeah, they have a Molly and an HE left over. Descenti coming out heaven, and it looks like he's making the full walk. Oh, there's the kill.
Now this utility, I mean, that should be absolutely enough. You throw it onto Hut, and there's no chance for Shuhei, but they may not expect this position. There's no way Shuhei pulls off a 1 versus 2 with 1 health. Molotov, if that spreads, he's dead.
He has no choice. He has to stay here.
Just locked in. Oh, he's been spotted.
He gets spotted.
And they get the better of him with the deagle, but he could have pulled that off. The molly doesn't spread, and just almost. But that's 11. FURIA Academy, the moment they get that incredibly aggressive squeaky door round wrapped up, they don't lose another one after.
Insane. I mean, they kept playing with that aggro. I mean, they obviously have some problems on Nuke, but I mean, they kind of did what FURIA have done in the past. When they're going into a match where they feel like they're the underdogs, they try to play an unorthodox style, overly aggressive, because they feel like if they try to play 1-to-1, then they'll lose slowly. But they made MOUZ play their game, which is great. A very close start, but here, the quota's been hit. Up a map, a huge lead in rounds. And they just need to play marginally well on T-side, right? I mean, they kind of need like 3 strats. If they get a pistol, it's like they don't have to do that much. That's the point.
We're looking at a FURIA 2-0 over MOUZ NXT if they can get a strong start. Like this is it's not just one map anymore. It's one map and a solid CT half. A crazy play. Crazy play at times. Every single clutch I feel like this series has gone the way of FURIA. It's almost as if the Counter-Strike gods are on Brazil's side today. Or maybe Brazil are the Counter-Strike gods. Kawes dominates Inferno. Jumps into Nuke. And then all of a sudden we've got ZMB opping down every step of the way. 17 kills at the end of the first half. Tied with Descenti. So that's showing us depth on the side of FURIA Academy as well. Different names at the top of the board. It's a big lead, but it's a tough half. Here we have it, the Hut push. Shane dodges the first few fights, but delivers nothing.
Yeah, the flash was good.
Pistol exertion also empty-handed, 5 versus 3. FURIA. Oh, this is exactly what they need to close out Nuke, or at least to get that much closer. 2 players stuck inside of heaven. MHL scared as hell because for all he knows, there's somebody around each and every one of these corners, but they are very much just locking in on bomb site. 2 behind the vents, 1 inside site. And Kawes, the insurance policy, back inside of lobby. Oh, nice tap from Jimpat. Tries to push it forward. Koala, that Tech 9 from down beneath, though, gonna make the difference. MHL, desperate at this point, runs in. Oh my god! That first kill? Now he's going to sprint in towards Koala, knows that he's got the fight locked in, can't get that last one, and so FURIA close.
Yeah, and it's a little bit too late anyway, it looks like. Yeah, they did a good job of delaying, so it was a very nice try. Couple of crazy shots there from MHL, but yeah, it's over. And then that round is locked in from the entries. There's no way back in. The triple up on Squeaky was enough. Bruninho kept killing up in heaven as well. And now FURIA Academy are four rounds away from making like a fantasy a reality and pulling off a potential 2-0 upset from MOUZ NXT. MOUZ, they simply have to win this round.
And it's not looking like a good start. Cow has 2 kills. FURIA ferociously just beating their way into this A site. And as quick as MOUZ leave spawn, they're dead.
Yeah, I heard Kerrigan talk about this, and it's just like, with a lead like this, it's like, you know, you could try 5 different strats, or you could try like basically the same strat 5 times. It's like, if it's your favorite, if it just works once, that's can be, you know, all you need to do. So there is a huge lead kind of imbued into, or a huge advantage imbued into a lead, where you could just try so many things in whatever order you like, with the pressure off in the beginning.
Little team damage, so be it. Not going to matter at this point. FURIA absolutely vibing. Now 3 rounds away. We set it at 7. Only 3 left.
Money cheeks once again. They call that fast upper rush. It works kind of perfectly. They know MOUZ don't have money left over. You only really lose at this point if you're nervous. 3 HEs here from MOUZ NXT. See how far they can make him go.
Ooh, missed shot from MHL. Gives a bit more space over to the Galils. Don't worry about that, nade. That's a tactical distraction. Wow. And Bruninho gonna make you forget about it. Quick Galil kills come through. FURIA a very quick 14th lined up. Unless the Deagles down on the B site create some shenanigans. Jimpat with the MP9 comes through from the hut peak. Deagle from heaven. Yes, sir.
Still 2 downstairs coming up the vent, yes.
He's back site. 3 players ahead of him. Shots come through, but he doesn't land versus Bruninho. And had he done that, then yeah, maybe he's got a chance. But instead, it is a very likely 14th as Shuhei comes up from ladder. They still don't know about him. He comes through with the first one. Nice and clean versus Decenti, but simply too many targets and too well equipped. 2 more rounds.
Wow. I just can't believe what we're witnessing right now. FURIA are on a 3-series win streak, I think. Best of 3 victories recently. And yes, 2-0 over Young Gods, 2-1 Prospects, 2-0 Astralis Talent. And that's after 4 individual map losses in a row to end the season. They still pulled that off through the play-in. You know, first round of playoffs, hardest opponent possible. A few rounds away from knocking them into lowers. And at this point, literally a chance to win the season.
No hold from him. Cowes trying to make this one 15.
I look a touch uncomfortable.
All right, there's still fight left in them. Where you going, boys? A little save call?
Could be. I mean, I don't know. This is just they just want to win so badly, right? I mean, like any other situation. I mean, no way they pull this off. I mean, literally, I don't think if this is playoffs, unless this is playoffs, they don't do this. Regular season, they wouldn't save in this spot. They just wanted to guarantee it. CMB's got a lot of money left over to buy up again, and Koala will also have a bit more. But they'll decide not to go for it. I think just getting kills all the time even can make it so that there's no op or like lower grenades. Every little advantage. Sometimes you want to do something like this, but sometimes, you know, when you're a MOUZ and you see this, you're like, man, they're scared of us. Does EMB want to op? I feel like he should.
Yeah, he's been really good with it.
Yeah, if he gets that. They're playing for a 5v4 and nothing more.
Nope.
Well, he won't do it.
Is.
I guess he can drop an AK for Koala as well. Or maybe not.
Gives him a little bit of
nades, a Galil. Everyone's got nades.
Yeah, it's good. Solid buy. Of course, that also gives a bit of economic wiggle room to MOUZ. If this comeback's going to happen, they're going to need the money to fund it. And we always talk about MOUZ comebacks just because they have pieced them together, but I mean, this one is just insane. So, I'm not even going to fancy the thought. I'm just waiting for the FURIA celebration. Right now, it's an attempt into the A site. Exertion holds strong. Ooh, him and Shuhei, the first two kills, but Descenti tries to upend it. Man advantage swung the way of MOUZ. Shane comes through. Bomb very clearly in the open. Shane's going to try to clamber up over the boxes onto Hut. That could catch him off. But did he see it? Cowes comes through with the kill. MHL back sight. And Cowes. Clutch after clutch on Inferno. How does he piece this one together?
Well, he's got time, but I think he still has to come through mini. Now, there is a bomb right there in front of it. So if not playing on the outside of mini, there's a world where he can take in and get down the vent if he gets one kill. There is, of course, a molly for him. We're spotting outside for a second. He's not going to find the player in the spot that he wants at first. Honestly, if he walks towards this... Oh, my God. Wait, what?
Jimpat. Oh, he looks away.
Jesus, he was going... Yeah, he's going to go down the vent. That was a little risky.
Dangerous game. Jimpat decides enough's enough. Closes down. One survivor for MOUZ. Just said that they needed the money to fund this. It's not ideal, but they'll come out all right. Can't say the same for FURIA. Half buy for these guys. Armored Tech 9s. And still decent amounts of utility.
It makes sense to force up into waiting for full money and they'll rush ramp.
That ready to hold. Nicely done for the first two. Drops the nade. A bit of Mac 10 pressure perhaps for Hell. MHL holds his line and instead they get themselves downstairs. We've got Exertion on decon. Shuhei working over towards double doors, which have been blown off the hinges. Not a comfortable place to be, but he decides to peek. Spam comes out from Exertion, lands it on Koala, but with that kill towards double doors, he should plant on that side instead, and sure enough, he does. This one with lesser weapons. MHL tries to round the ramp flank. ZMB's just tucked into dark. So because of that kill on control, it feels like FURIA found their pocket to try and play the post plant from. Nade falls down to ZMB, takes him down to 40. MHL, more utility to be thrown out. Exertion, he kills the guy inside of dark. The peek comes down from control. Covered by the op. Shane sticking this defuse. Exertion may be dead, but Shane, he's still on top of this bomb, and the spam doesn't come in. MHL saves it. Just takes Bruninho out, and with it, a 7th for MOUZ.
Wow, so close. And they fully invest there. Looking for a max loss, so they'll buy next round. I actually think the buy was pretty good. The money low, but the op is still in here. Nice hold overall. Second kill there was beautiful from Jimpat. And the spams are so close. And they give themselves a chance again. They have some money invested.
Furia getting fast. Gonna try to test this A site, but perfect positions, perfect guns, total ownage.
The HE into HUD is a nice touch. Investment comes back in again. I've tried a few different things, which I think is really good. But yeah, they've also kind of kept the pace really high and also tried to do a lot of damage, even if these rounds get close. Oh, they do the fake molly in the door, so Exertion can push HUT.
Nice touch. High level detail from a team that we expect to do good things on Nuke. ZMB. Oh.
Yikes. He gets down the vent, and they have vent control.
And they cross all the way through Secret. Jimpat, he's in control. Bruninho at the front. Jimpat just gets into the corner. Oh, they're playing with their guns! And Jimpat almost gets all three players. Such little health for what's left of this, but they can't walk back. Shuhei hot on him, and there's Exertion in from the top of vent to deny Furia a 15th again.
Nicely done from Jimpat, man. The one guy downstairs walking in the control. No utility to fall back on, just had to kill two. And now the game is within 5, and the amount of attempts Furia will get starts to lessen, and they'll buy. I feel like it's not a round where you'd get a Galil. It's one where you'd buy up a little bit, but not too much. I think if they messed up the money a little bit, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
I hear all chat. Oh, really? Okay.
Was there a
round
tech?
Reset? No Galil buy, I bet. Suddenly a full save.
Senti gets an AK.
Okay, no, still coming through.
So this is more of a Navi buy. They get like 1 AK and some utility.
Oh, point blank. Tech9's a little bit desperate. Exertion falls to Bruninho. Little bits of HP here for Bruninho and Decenti.
Yeah, there's 2 up in heaven, though. They've opened up the A side and 1 in the vent.
They're going to peek over this. Molly's just actually
be
behind them.
Molly.
Oh, ZMB comes through with 2.
They made a mistake.
MHL. A 1v3, and he gets shot in the back of the head. That's 15. Furia solo AK 4 Tech9s, and they break their way into A.
That's crazy. They pulled it off. They had just the right amount of utility. And the MOUZ, they made a mistake. They pushed through the molly. There's nothing else to watch back sight. And they decide to just push out and get the kills as soon as possible. And they really just didn't want to wait that out. And the molly's so annoying because the paint hand smoke is only going to last so long. I feel like they don't have a chance to get into that if they don't go then. That little bit of utility is enough for FURIA to win the duels. Could have just spammed them even without seeing them. ZMB looking for an opening. He grabs one and shuts the door.
Juhei.
Oh my god, they're all
that's
dead.
3. They've got this.
That's
it's
crazy.
Shane and Jimpat in a 2 versus 5 versus a FURIA Academy that has exceeded all expectations through the season. Runs through one side of the play-in and runs through MOUZ 2-0, not only on Inferno, but on Nuke.
Man, they get dumpstered. That's insane. I mean, that's the best map win we've seen out of FURIA Academy so far, coming off of 2 wins over MOUZ NXT in a row. I mean, look at that regular season. It's just best of ones. They didn't even get the C dust too. They didn't have to. I'm sure they were actually looking forward to it. And they literally just played better than MOUZ on Inferno and on Nuke of all maps. And they stopped MOUZ's win streak on Nuke as well. We were up in this situation 6 maps in a row. And we're talking about wins over Force, Sinners, Spirit Academy, and OG Academy. And they still stood up to that team. I mean, no matter what happens at this point, what an unbelievable season it's been from FURIA Academy. For MOUZ NXT, they still have a chance. Not getting eliminated here. But they'll have to think about this one.
Man, and if they want that 4th season consecutively, now we're talking about a MOUZ NXT that has to run back through the bottom half of the playoffs. It's got to be 3 wins, best of 3s, every single step, 1 through fnatic Rising, then either a rematch versus FURIA Academy or a victory over Big. This is tough. This is MOUZ NXT with their biggest test yet out of any season. Because today, they were just not enough to hold back what is a momentous FURIA Academy. A team that, you know, when we started this season off, we said, wow, they got the most amount of wins in the regular season. And we thought 4 map wins alone in BO1s was going to be kind of this new territory for them. FURIA have shown up. And it's not just one guy. Cowes, absolute star-studded performance on Inferno. Nothing can be taken away from that one. Bruninho's been a consistency. And then Decenti and ZMB, I mean, they just went off in this Nuke game. The op dominance that comes through from ZMB, that round he pushes Squeaky point blank and just kills everybody who has the unfortunate, you know, position of standing in front of him. Just stellar. Impressive.
Yeah, unreal. ZMB is, you know, not even a top performer this season, but with this win, like, this is over the best team in the league, the best team in the league's history. And so it says a lot to see a peak here in playoffs as well. And to stand this far above MHL, who has been consistently one of the best stoppers, is also a statement in and of itself. 9 opening kills on Nuke. That's unreal. How can you lose with that?
You can't. It's just, I'm stunned. I'm really stunned. I thought maybe they'd give us some close games. I never thought today. I would have put the odds at 100 to 1. But what do I know? You know, we didn't get to see what happened to Astral's talent, and maybe now we get a taste of it. I can appreciate what FURIA are doing. So a crazy start to the playoffs here in day 1, but only 2 more days of playoffs as well, which means tomorrow our matches are going to be in the winner's side of things. Check this out. Big Omen Academy versus FURIA Academy. That is the winner's match versus a lower bracket final of fnatic Rising and MOUZ NXT. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe to say that the winds of change are blowing through Season 4 of the WePlay Academy League.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, it is double elimination, so everybody has still a chance to show that they were rusty coming into the first day of playoffs, whatever it is. Both MOUZ and FURIA have to kind of play a lot better. You know, otherwise, of course, they're not deserving of being able to win. But for FURIA Academy, big. Their game plan looked good today. They both upset on their opponent's map pick. They both beat a team that outranks them. They both beat a Group A team. You know, and this is all such incredible signs. And I think, you know, either one of fnatic Rising or MOUZ NXT winning against each other could still mean that they win this season. And that's the whole point of double elimination, even if there's not many chances.
Only one more chat, and they'll have to kick it off tomorrow, folks. 2 more days of WePlay action, but for today, we are all finished off. What an amazing opening day. Just couldn't expect that one. And you know, that means y'all have to come back tomorrow to figure out just exactly how this one goes down. So it's recovery mode for MOUZ and fnatic, and it's a celebration this evening for Big and FURIA. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, same place, same time, for more WePlay Academy League action.